Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, welcome back to Day 2 of the International Investment Forum on Critical Minerals. Yesterday's discussion provided valuable insights into ASEAN's critical minerals ecosystem, ranging from investment opportunities to institutional challenges and the growing importance of responsible mining and traceability in meeting global market expectations. We are going to have another good discussions today. So without further ado, to start, please allow me to introduce the President of ERIA, Mr. Tetsuya Watanabe.
A very good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us to discuss national and regional policy direction for investment diversification. Yesterday, we had a very productive exchange on the opportunities, barriers, and financing challenges facing ASEAN critical mineral value chain. We discussed the region resource potential, investment gap that remain across value chain, and the scale of investment needed to support future development. As we continued this discussion today, I believe it's important to focus on the complementarity that exists between ASEAN and dialogue partners, how this complementarity can support greater investment diversification across the critical mineral ecosystem. ASEAN is well positioned to contribute. The region possesses significant critical mineral resources, expanding manufacturing capabilities, strategic location at the center of the Indo-Pacific, and a market of more than 700 million people. Dialogue partners can bring capital, technology, industrial expertise, research capability, and access to global market. These strengths are highly complementarity and provide a strong foundation for deeper and more meaningful cooperation. I just briefly highlight 3 points. The first is infrastructure and technology. ASEAN's critical mineral ambitions require substantial investment in processing facilities, refining capacity, energy infrastructure, logistics networks, and advanced technology. Stronger cooperation can help accelerate investment development, industrial development across the region while creating opportunity for investors, technology providers, and business seeking long-term partnerships. Second one is human capital development. ASEAN benefits from a young and growing workforce, while many dialogue partners possess extensive experience in engineering, research, technical training, and innovation. Greater collaboration in education, skill development, research partnership, and workforce training can help build that talent needed to support competitive industries across the value chain. The third one is, of course, supply chain resilience. Bringing the strengths both from ASEAN and dialogue partners together can support more diversified and resilient supply chain, bolster investor confidence, and contribute to greater stability in increasing uncertain global environment. Today, we very much would like to learn from your national approach, understand your priorities for policy reform, and explore how regional cooperation can support greater investment diversification across ASEAN's critical mineral value chain. ERIA continue to remain committed to providing a common policy platform. Governments, business, researchers, and development partners can come together to have a dialogue, deepen cooperation, and build meaningful partnership on critical minerals and industries of the future. I recognize that Ambassador, Excellency, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, and apologies for being late.
Sorry, we just started. With that, I thank you everyone once again for your participation and wish you a productive discussion.
Thank you, Watanabe-san, for your remarks. Now, to help frame today's discussion, we will begin with a recap of the key messages and insights that emerged from day one. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Nuki Agia Utama to deliver the key takeaways of day one. Dr. Nuki, please.
Thank you so much. Very good morning. Before begin today's discussion, I would like to thank all speakers, moderators, panelists, and participants, especially Excellencies Watanabe-san and also Excellency Stefani for coming attending these second days. We had the perspective yesterday from ASEAN Member States, development partners, international organizations, academia, and also industry. While the discussion covered many topics, several common messages emerged that can help guide ASEAN critical minerals agenda going forwards. I try to start with the one quote. Critical minerals is too important to be underlooked, yet always undersupplied, undervalued, underinvested, and under your car hood. So the first key message from yesterday's event is that ASEAN's opportunity is not about resource alone. ASEAN possesses significant reserves of nickel, tin, bauxite, copper, rare earth elements, and also other strategic minerals. However, success will not be determined simply by what lies beneath the ground. It will depend on how effectively we transform these resources into industrial development, technological capability, quality of jobs, and also long-term economic competitiveness. And the second message is that the regional integration is ASEAN's greatest advantage. No single ASEAN member states can build a complete critical minerals ecosystem on its own. Yet, collectively, ASEAN possesses the resources, industrial capabilities, markets, and strategic location needed to become a globally competitive critical minerals hub. Different countries bring different strengths, and our opportunity lies not in competing individually, but in connecting those strengths through regional value chain. And the third message is that investment will be the critical enablers of our ambitions. Developing resilient critical mineral supply chains requires substantial investment in exploring, processing, refining, manufacturing, recycling, and innovation. Attracting that investment requires policy certainty, a transparent regulation, infrastructure readiness, and clear long-term strategies. Building investor confidence will be just as important as developing the resource themselves. And the fourth message is that sustainability, responsible mining, and traceability are no longer optional. Increasingly, they are becoming market entry requirements, and strong ESG performance, transparency, and also trusted supply chains are essentials, not only for compliance, but also for competitiveness, investment attraction, and also market access. Finally, innovation and partnership will determine long-term success. Future competitiveness will depend not only on natural resources, but also technology, human capital, research, recycling, and collaboration across government, industry, financial institution, academia, and also international partners. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if there is one overarching message from yesterday is this, that ASEAN has a unique opportunity to become not only a source of critical minerals, but also a competitive, sustainable, and trusted critical minerals ecosystem. I look forward for another fruitful discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nuki. Before we continue, we are going to start the photo session. May I invite to the stage from DENR Sir Cabalda, from ERIA President Watanabe, from ADB Mr. Edimon Ginting, from ASEC Ms. Rabia Hussein, from Australia Her Excellency Ambassador Tiffany McDonald, from Japan Mr. Kuremura Masuo, from US Mr. John Edgar, moderator of today, moderator Pak Doni, also heads of delegations from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. Also from Canada and United Kingdom. Also, representatives from international organizations may I invite from IEA, IGF, C4All, and WEF. Thank you. Please give our delegation a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now begin session 4 entitled Sharing Strategies, National and Regional Policy Directions for Investment Diversification. To moderate this important discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Dionysius Narjoko of ERIA. Dr. Doni, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Talia. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are now in the session 4 of our forum. Now, I will be your moderator this morning, and the way we will run this session is first I will present with a few messages based on our discussion yesterday, as well for setting the scenes, and after that I will go around the table to invite intervention from delegates from the member states and dialogue partners to respond to a few guiding questions that we pose for the sessions. Now, for the objective of this session is basically we want to discuss on how this institution, how government to government, how multilateral relationships, sovereign capital can really invite private capital into investing in critical mineral industries. Now, just few messages for setting the scenes. First, based on what we learned from yesterday. So yesterday we had a sessions on barriers to invest across ASEAN member states in critical minerals. Essentially, there are two messages. The first is endowment. We all know that ASEAN regions endow with huge, strong deposits of minerals, world-class reserve, for example, for nickel, cobalt in Indonesia and the Philippines, as well as rare earth elements in Mekong's area, as well as in Malaysia. But the issue is in terms of value chains, in terms of industries, there is a missing middle. There is a hollow in the value chains. There is the processing and refining, not to mention the downstream, is really missing in ASEAN. And this is something that become an issue. This create room for investment. Now, The other issues that we learned from yesterday's discussion is in terms of regulatory in institutions across member states. There are big variations in terms of how this industry and investment in the industry, especially in critical minerals, is run. There is state coordinated, managed openness, concession frontier, and other approaches. So this one big message that we learned from the session 2 yesterday. The other message is these barriers, and this is where diversification should matters. One sort of barriers is the gap between policy and what the private investor wants. As we know, critical minerals has become more and more important and considered as commodities that has national security aspects. So government across the region with self-sufficiency and security, but then investors, pay attentions, prioritize more on the offtake, access to the market, as well as the regulatory stability. We had this point clearly mentioned yesterday about the policy stability, and investor needs that for long term, given the nature of investment in this industry. Second, institutional fragmentations, as noted, within a country, typically for investing in this sector, which is now gaining more importance in terms of national security, responsibility is first is split across many ministries, institutions, but also there is also issues in coordinations. Bankability gap. So here the issue is not the capital. There is enough capital globally that can be put to invest in the sectors, but the problem is the quality and the issues whether the projects are bankable or not. So bankability is there's issue of that. It's not the stock of capital. Capital, there's plenty of it, but the quality of the projects. The other issue is ESG and traceability as a market entry requirement. So this is more on the consumption or demand side. Eventually, all critical minerals will go to downstreams, and this will be sold globally, including to developed countries market, where the recognitions of the ESG and other green standard has become more important. So these are some lessons we learned from yesterday, and we want to build on this. And second is the sort of to address these sort of issues, we come up with this framework, three tiers of investment. The first is tier 1, anchor capital. This is basically the sovereign and public funds such as Danantara, Khazanah, Temasek, GIC, as well as other government-to-government bilateral deals, investment. So this is supposed to be anchor capital that essentially first positioning into the market and signal to the private sectors that investment is feasible. Basically lowering the risk, political risk and other risks. Then we move to the second tier, the second step, which is the de-risking bridge or de-risking layer. Essentially, this is development banks, world banks, the ADB, IFC, and others that has role to prepare for projects, feasible projects, reduce the risk, and reduce the risk for private sectors to come in. So the first tier gave a signal to private sectors that there is a safe investment. Second, reduce the extent of the risk. And this, when they are done, hopefully it will be able to attract enough private capital into the industries. So given these two, we are going to have this discussion. Can we go? to respond to these Watchakor guiding questions. The first, focusing for questions to ASEAN member states, is what is a policy adjustment being considered to address persistency in investment gaps, particularly in the midstream processing as well as downstream. So this is the middle, the hollow, the middle, the missing middle. And second is then when regional coordination is needed, is mostly needed, where we will really need this? Is it the harmonized standard? Is it a mutual recognition, cross-border corridors, or shared processing hubs, or others? Now, for dialogue partners, we have a separate set of questions. The first is how can the government-to-government frameworks with the dialogue partners be designed to diversify sources of capital, technology, and offtake? And the second question is which existing intergovernment compacts or framework, such as the Quad Critical Minerals, Australia-ASEAN initiatives, can really deliver concrete pipeline of outcome in short to medium term. And then how can policy can really reduce political and regulatory risk premiums without undermining national space? I will later on go around the table for intervention from the member states and dialogue partners, and let me do that now. But I was told that Her Excellency Ambassador Tiffany is limited, have a time constraint, so let me invite Australia first. Madam Ambassador, please.
Thank you, Pak Doni, and for your moderation. And can I say, because this is the first time that I've taken the floor, extend my thanks to President Watanabe and ERIA for taking the initiative to put today's and yesterday's event together. Assistant Secretary Cabalda from the Philippines, ASEAN Member States and dialogue partners, international and regional organizations, esteemed colleagues, a very good morning to you all. I'm going to start by, as I've just done, acknowledge ERIA, the Asian Development Bank, and the Philippines as ASEAN Chair for supporting this International Investment Forum on Critical Minerals, as well as ASEAN member state representatives here today and colleagues joining from the United States, Japan, and other dialogue partner countries. Australia is very pleased to be supporting this initiative, which will strengthen investment readiness under the Philippines Priority Economic Deliverable 6 Critical Minerals Strategy for Regional Resilience and Sustainable Growth. And I just want to acknowledge the presence also of my colleagues here from the Australian Embassy, the Australian Mission to ASEAN, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, as well as representatives from Export Finance Australia. Just let me begin by sharing Australia's reflections. Critical minerals are central to realising the benefits of the region's clean energy future and to modern life more generally. We know the supply of critical minerals needs to increase for the energy transition and to support the deployment of advanced technology. Australia's economic prosperity, like others, is dependent on our ability to address critical mineral supply chains challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic and the current supply shocks caused by the conflict in the Middle East underscore the need for diversified, resilient supply chains. The Australian government is supporting investment in our critical mineral sector to build diversified supply chains and ensure resilience for Australia and our partners. Foreign investment and diversity of investment is absolutely critical to achieving our critical minerals goals. On the financing mechanisms and measures, the Australian government has created a range of financing mechanisms to catalyse private investment and spur project development. For example, a $5 billion $5 billion critical minerals facility provides projects funding, and a Australian $7 billion production tax credit incentive to provide a 10-year tax incentive for eligible projects over 10 years. A recent government measure to note is the establishment of the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve, established in March this year, which will secure rights to minerals produced in Australia and on-sell those rights to meet demand. This creates economic opportunity and promotes investment into Australia's critical minerals sector and will secure access to a small set of minerals with high strategic value and supply chain risk. On economic resilience and Australia's invested strategy, we know that we need strong international partnerships to create diverse, resilient and sustainable critical mineral supply chains. So that's why the Australian government is committed to strengthening our economic engagement with Southeast Asia under invested Australia's Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, ensuring we are jointly positioned to maximise the potential of our economic ties from now until 2040 and beyond. To date, there has almost been Australian $1.3 billion in new Australian investments supported under this strategy. And our invested deal teams across the region have identified a pipeline of potential opportunities for Australian investors worth over $20 billion. And I'm pleased that we have Export Finance Australia in the room, given the crucial role they play in this initiative. The $2 billion Australian dollars Southeast Asia Investment Financing Facility, managed by Export Finance Australia, is mobilising Australian private investment into projects across Invested's key sectors. And I'm sure that my delegation can provide more information on that, should there be an interest across today. Australia has a shared history of investing in Southeast Asia's resource sector. Lynas Rare Earth Refinery in Malaysia is a prime example of this. Shared growth, stronger industrial and supply chain collaboration, deeper trade and investment relationships mean a more resilient, prosperous, equitable and interlinked region, not just focused on commercial opportunities. It could also include government-to-government work to ensure there are high environmental, societal and governance ESG standards, which protect people, the environment and the community. The growing critical mineral sector offers opportunities to work together to ensure we strengthen critical mineral supply chains and markets, including through existing economic architecture to further our shared objectives. Thank you for the opportunity to participate and to contribute to today's discussion and for reading out for the opportunity that I've had to read out Australia's national statement, and I wish you very constructive, free-flowing discussions across the course of today.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Ambassadors. So let me now move on to the next. Let me invite Brunei to. So we will go, as usual in the ASEAN way. So let me start with Brunei. Yeah, please, 3 to 5 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to your excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Brunei Darussalam recognizes the growing importance of critical minerals in supporting the global energy transition and strengthening resilient supply chains. While our mineral sector remains at an early stage of development, we are committed to building the foundations necessary to support future investments and sustainable mineral development in line with the ASEAN Mineral Development Vision and UNCLOS 4. We are also continuing to enhance our understanding of the country's geological potential through geoscientific studies and data development, including assessment of industrial minerals that may support future downstream industries and economic diversification. From our experience, attracting investment in processing and manufacturing requires more than resource availability alone. Investors increasingly look for policy certainty, transparent regulations, reliable infrastructure, skilled talent, access to technology, and connectivity to regional and global markets. Creating these enabling conditions remain an important priority as Brunei continues to diversify its economy and attract higher value investments. To support this effort, Brunei is strengthening its investment environment through regulatory improvements, digital transformation, human capital development, and support for innovation-driven industries. At the present, Brunei is in the final stages of developing a mining order, which is expected to provide a clearer and more predictable regulatory framework for mineral exploration and development, thereby enhancing investment readiness and investor confidence. Brunei believes that closer ASEAN coordination will be essential in attracting diversified investment across the value chain. We see value in strengthening regional supply chains and industrial linkages that allow member states to build on their respective comparative advantages. As highlighted in the discussions from yesterday's sessions, ASEAN's strength lies not in every member state participating in every stage of the value chain, but in developing complementary capabilities and functioning as an integrated regional ecosystem. In addition to this, greater harmonization of certification system, traceability requirements, and sustainability frameworks can reduce compliance costs and provide investors with greater confidence when operating across multiple ASEAN markets. As global markets increasingly place importance on responsible sourcing, ASEAN should continue working together to strengthen transparency and sustainability across the sector. Furthermore, ASEAN can deepen cooperation in areas such as workforce development, technology transfer, research collaboration, geological data sharing, and further development of the regional information platforms. Improved access to reliable geological and mineral information can help reduce investment risks and support better decision-making by both governments and investors. Also, building on the yesterday's discussion on circular economy approaches, Brunei sees value in exploring regional policy and regulatory frameworks that support the responsible collection, movement, recycling, and recovering of critical minerals from batteries, e-waste, and other end-of-life products. Such cooperation can strengthen resource security, create new investment opportunities, reduce waste, and support ASEAN's sustainability objectives. Looking ahead, Brunei believes ASEAN should position itself not only as a source of critical minerals, but also as a trusted, sustainable, and competitive destination for value-added investment. Through practical cooperation, responsible development, and closer regional integration, we can strengthen the resilience of our supply chains and ensure that the benefits of industrial development are shared across all member states. Brunei Darussalam stands ready to work closely with fellow ASEAN member states and partners to advance this common objective. Thank you.
Thank you, Brunei. So let me now invite Cambodia for your intervention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A very good morning, distinguished delegate, college, and participation. Cambodia is pleased to share a view on the policy approach that can support investment diversification across the critical mineral value chains. As the global demand for critical mineral continues to grow, ASEAN has an important opportunity to strengthen its roles in the global supply chain. However, attracting investment across the value chain, from exploration and mining to the processing and manufacturing, require a supportive policy environment, effective financial mechanism, and a strong regional cooperation. It's not far from our colleague from Brunei Darussalam. Cambodia recognized that the several barriers continue to constrain investment across the critical mineral value chain. These include the limit geological information, infrastructure gap, financing constraint, technology limitation, and the high risk associated with the early stage exploration. Addressing this barrier will be essential to attracting diversified investment and accelerating critical mineral development in the region. First, Cambodia believes that clear, stable, and transparent policy framework are fundamental for the attracting long-term investment. Investors require confidence in the regulatory system, licensing procedure, fiscal policy, and environmental governance. Government should therefore provide policy certainty, streamline investment procedures, and consider appropriate fiscal and non-fiscal incentive to reduce risk and improve the overall investment climate. Second, Cambodia sees significant value in the government-to-government G2G cooperation in frameworks. Such cooperation can facilitate geological information sharing, technical collaboration, capacity building, and investment partnership. G2G mechanism can also strengthen investor confidence by demonstrating long-term policy commitment and regional cooperation. In this regard, ASEAN Member States can work more closely with the dialogue partners and international institutions to mobilize technologies, expertise, and investment. Third, Cambodia recognizes that public investment and sovereign capital can play an important catalytic roles in crowding in private investment. Government can support baseline regional geological surveys, digital mineral database, transport infrastructures, energy supplies, and other enabling facility that reduce investment risk and improve project viability. Strategic public investment can help unlock significantly larger private sector participation across the value chain. Fourth, Cambodia believes that ASEAN should promote investment diversification across the entire critical mineral value chain, rather than focusing solely on the raw material extraction. Regional cooperation can help connect mineral producing country with the processing, manufacturing, logistics, and technology hub with other ASEAN. This approach would strengthen regional supply chain, create greater economic values, and improve ASEAN competitiveness in the global critical mineral market. Finally, Cambodia would like to emphasize the importance of the responsible for the sustainable mineral development. Increasingly, investors in the downstream industry require strong ESG standards, supply chain traceability, environmental protection, and the community engagement. ASEAN cooperation in the developing common principle, best practice, and traceability framework could further enhance the attractiveness of the region for responsibility investment. In conclusion, Cambodians believe that investment diversification across the critical mineral value chain will require coordinated action to address key investment barriers, including limited geological information, infrastructure gap, financing constraints, technology limitations, and the risks associated with the early stage exploration. This can be achieved through the transparent and predictable policy framework, stronger government-to-government cooperation, and the strategic use of the public and sovereign capital to mobilize private investment. Through deeper ASEAN cooperation, we can strengthen regional competitiveness, promote sustainable mineral development, and build more resilient and integrated critical mineral value chain for the benefit of the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Cambodia. So let me now invite Indonesia. Please, Pak, 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Terima kasih, Pak Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name Denny. I am from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, especially from Geological Agency, Center for Mineral, Coal, and Geothermal Resources. On this occasion, I will present about geology endowment and critical minerals potential in Indonesia, because I am from Geological Agency. About critical minerals data or resources, I think this is very important because Indonesia relating to global issue and national issue. In global issue, Indonesia commitment to net zero emission in by 2060, and Indonesia want to energy transition from fossil energy to green energy. And national issue, as Tachita, Mr. President, we have to downstream industry and value-added enhancement and advanced technology and green energy. So we through to mass exploration and optimization in potential resources and reserve resilience. So this is a need to why we need to critical material. So critical materials too is energy. We have related to energy transition too, and Indonesia has several legal bases, and now we have two Minister Energy and Resources degree. One about concerning the classification and categorization of critical minerals, and also we have Minister of Energy and Resources decision on the classification and categorization of strategic mineral. In Indonesia, we have critical minerals, 47 critical minerals, and we have 22 strategic minerals, and 19 minerals are both critical and strategic minerals. So we have Indonesia has critical and strategical mineral. About Indonesia, we have I from Geological Agency. We have that and function to survey, services, and engineering. Our focus to preparation of green area to assign for mineral utilization and mining operation. And then we management of databases and resource reserve and balances, and we support for mineral to penambahan nilai tambah or added value. So our output to recommendation the prospective area propose to utilization mining operation and mineral resources and reserves, and recommendation for mineral characterization for added value. And of course, in Indonesia have endowment, geological endowment to setting tectonic. So we have abundant natural resources. So we have two various potential natural hazard. So far, we have data strategic and critical material mineral 29 commodities. We have about resources, we have about reserve, and this data about production too. And then we have to map metallic minerals in Indonesia too, and for the strategic and critical metallic mineral resources, every year we always to have planning to exploration, have planning to collecting data, and for the sample, we have data from strategic and critical mineral resources and reserve in 2026, updating December 2025. So this is our reserve and resources database, our balances. For the sample, we have strategic data or critical metallic minerals for tin, for bauxite, for silica, rare earth element, nickel, copper, or gold, and aurum. So I think this is nickel. We reserve decrease. Then we for example, the map, we have map primary gold resources and reserve in Indonesia 2025. The most of primary gold resources and reserve are located in Sulawesi, Nusa Tenggara, and Papua. So I think this is we have several map in critical mineral. So, and about especially to rare earth element resources, Indonesia have identified exploration in Tapanuli Utara, Bangka Selatan, Belitung, Mamuju. So we have PT Perminas have to want to manage rare earth element. I think this is our presentation from Indonesia. I think Indonesia always to support to exploration, support to identify critical minerals. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Denny. Thank you, Indonesia. Now, can I invite Lau? Please, thank you. 3 to 5 minutes.
สบายดีตอนเช้า A very good morning, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving Lao PTR for the opportunity to share the views on these important matters. Currently, mineral activity in Laos are still largely concentrated in the upstream segment, resulting in a significant portions of mineral productions are being exported in raw material or the low value added product. Recognizing this challenge, the government of Lao PDR has identified the development of the midstream processing, downstream manufacturing, and the creations of the integrated mineral value chains as the key priorities under our upcoming 5-year National Socio-Economic Plan, which is in 2026 to 2030. The new directions aim to encourage the existing mining operations and the future exploration project to move beyond the raw material extraction toward the production of semi-finished and the finished mineral product. This approach is intended to enhance value additions, strengthen the domestic mineral value chains, create more economic benefit, and support industrial development within the country. At the same time, the government is promoting sustainable mineral development, including the integrations of ESG principles to ensure that the investment growth is balanced with the environmental protections and the social responsibility. So, our key initiatives include bauxite to alumina processing, the potash to fertilizer production, the pilot or the sandbox project of the rare earth element, and a gold refinery, which is we target to have the higher purity gold productions of up to 99%. So we believe that through this policy adjustment, Lao PDR will be able to attract higher quality investment, diversify the mineral-related industry, and strengthen the role within the regional mineral supply chains. Lao PDR believes that with the strong regional coordination, we need the 3 areas of cooperations. The first one, we should develop a regional critical mineral database to improve the information sharing on mineral resource, production capacity, and the supply chains opportunity. The second one, we should work toward harmonize the standard for the sustainable mineral development, including ESG principle, environmental standard, and responsible sourcing practice. And the third one is to develop the cross-border corridors and support the infrastructure that connect mineral resource processing facility and market across ASEAN. So to improve in transport connectivity, trade facilitation, and infrastructure cooperation would help strengthen the regional mineral value chains and encourage greater investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lao PDR. Now, can I invite Malaysia? Bapak, silakan. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and thank you, Dr. Dionysius, as moderator for today. Fellow head of the delegations and distinguished guests, Malaysia would like to express our gratitude for the opportunity to share Malaysia's effort in developing its mineral-based industry. As we navigate the complexity of the global energy transition, Malaysia recognizes that securing and diversifying investment in critical minerals is not just an economic priority, but a strategic necessity. Guided by our recently unveiled 13th Malaysian Plan, themed Reshaping Development, we are pivoting towards a value creation-based economy. In terms of policy adjustment to address the investment gaps in midstream and downstream processing, Malaysia has identified key minerals that will be focused in developing our policy, and the adjustment will include institutional and regulatory empowerment, whereby Malaysia are establishing a dedicated agency to drive the development of the mineral industry. We are also strengthening this federal and state coordination, and also by revising the local mining regulation to create a highly conducive, transparent environment for investors. Furthermore, we are aggressively shifting to our focus down the value chain, whereby Malaysia is implementing strict export controls and moratorium on the export of raw strategic minerals to ensure resources are channeled into domestic processing hubs. To crowd in the private capital, we are rolling out competitive, targeted incentive and alternative financing packages specifically for midstream and downstream operations. This includes developing dedicated downstream industrial clusters and economic zones, ensuring shared infrastructure to lower barriers to entry for processors and manufacturers. In terms of technology and talent development, specifically for the rare earth elements, we are heavily investing in research and development to develop local capacity in advanced mining, refining, and separation technologies. We are offering grants and tax rebates for companies adopting green, cutting-edge mineral processing technology alongside targeted upskilling programs to create a highly competent workforce. While national policies lay the foundation, regional coordination is the true catalyst for a resilient ASEAN critical mineral supply chain. We see three immediate areas where regional coordination is paramount. The first is a harmonized ESG standards and mutual recognition. This is to reduce the regulatory risk premiums and attract high-quality global capital. ASEAN must harmonize its sustainability framework, and thus we propose a mutual recognition framework across ASEAN to ensure ESG compliance is uniform, preventing a race to the bottom and ensuring our region's output meet the stringent demands of global off-takers. In terms of cross-border corridors or shared energy hubs, downstream processing is a highly energy intensive. We must leverage regional interconnectivity such as the ASEAN power grid and then green electricity connection between Vietnam, Malaysia, and Singapore to supply clean energy to shared processing hub. Additionally, centering cross-border logistics and upgraded road networks linking the connecting regions will facilitate the seamless regional movement of raw materials and finished goods. We must also encourage strategic partnership between local ASEAN companies and advanced mining nations like Canada and Australia to share best practices and pool technological expertise. Establishing an ASEAN-wide platform for technology matching and R&D data sharing will accelerate our collective capacity in critical areas like mineral separation and circular economy practice. In closing, Malaysia is firmly committed to moving beyond extraction by reforming our domestic policies to incentivize downstream value creation and actively championing harmonized standards and cross-border connectivity across ASEAN. We can collectively transform our region into an indispensable, sustainable powerhouse for critical minerals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Malaysia. So, let me now invite Myanmar. 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Okay, good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from ERIA, ADB, and also developed partner countries, and also colleagues from the AMS country. Thank you very much for inviting us to attend to this forum. This is such a great opportunity to be here to express our policies and dreams for mineral today. My name is Nono, a director from the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation of Myanmar. We are gathering here how to collaborate and cooperate to the critical mineral sectors between ASEAN partner countries and also how to overcome the constraints. So for this reason, we delegates of Myanmar come here how to collaborate, how to connect for fostering international cooperation investment for minerals. Even though Myanmar possesses many potential resources for critical minerals, however, we are facing constraints across the value chain. So far, our ministry, MORAC, already assigned 11 critical minerals, but just during ministry-wide, but not national declaration. The ministry is under discussion for the minerals, which mineral is critical and which is the strategic. Like other AMS countries, we also face the lack of mineral dollars midstream downstream facilities and technologies, and also human resource development. Therefore, we come here to explore the way how to overcome these constraints and foster investment for critical minerals via discussions. Myanmar, I want to invite the investor to cooperate in this sector for sustainable mineral value change. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now let me invite Philippines. Okay, please.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just go directly to the question. So as you can see, in terms of the policy adjustments, as reported yesterday by my peers, the Philippines initiated a series of policy adjustments that includes the Create More or the corporate recovery and investment tax incentives for enterprises to maximize opportunities for reinvigorating the economy. So this policy would lower corporate tax from 25% to 20%. It provides double deduction for power electricity expenses and would also streamline the value-adding tax procedures. Other than this, my colleague also reported that the Department of Trade and Industry have this green lane certification that fast tracks the processing system designed for strategic, highly impactful investment, including that related to critical minerals. And it also cuts the red tape by expediting permits and licenses across all national agencies and the LGUs. Now, just 2 days ago, we received this memorandum from the Office of the President highlighting or identifying strategic minerals and critical minerals as a priority program for investments. So other than that, I would also like to highlight that we do have this amendment to the Investors Lease Act, altering or allowing foreign investors to lease private land for up to 99 years, significantly improving long-term project viability. Now, in the context of the mine itself, we do believe that when you talk about mining, okay, there's also a need to actually improve the energy sector. And that's the reason why, if you're going to look at the move of the Philippines for the past years, we have been prioritizing the investments in relation to the energy sector, particularly the development of renewable energy. So with all these fruits or with all of these activities, we do believe that the fruits of mining really boils down on how we do mining. So our principle of responsible mining is anchored on different pillars. Number one, in terms of responsive governance, by strengthening transparency and accountability. Improved government services, monitoring systems, and responsible business conduct are crucial in fostering investor confidence and public trust. In line with this, we have streamlined under a department order the processing of mining permits to improve overall efficiency by eradicating bureaucracy while still maintaining rigorous environmental and social approaches. So parallel processing of permits is now allowed in the Philippines. Another pillar that we would like to emphasize on is inclusivity. Now, for 2 months now, the Mines and Geosciences Bureau, through our department, has been conducting a one-stop shop for small-scale miners to have them formalized, or should I say also legalized. So this is under an administrative order which provides for the issuance of interim small-scale mining contracts. It also served as a venue for national government agencies, LGUs, and small-scale mining stakeholders to strengthen coordination, facilitate regulatory compliance, and provide direct access to government programs and services. The third pillar is the transparency. So highlighting our initiative is to improve information systems within the Philippine mineral resource industry. Hence, yesterday, I reported that we have actually already developed a mineral resource database system containing the geospatial information on priority mineral resource development areas for the purpose of identifying where to explore, which areas are actually open to mine, and so on and so forth. The fourth pillar that we also want to emphasize is environmental protection for ecosystem integrity. In this case, we have enforced environmental laws to mitigate potential impacts and rehabilitate mined-out areas. In relation to this, we have issued an administrative order requiring mining firms to integrate biodiversity conservation in all stages of the mine. We have also issued administrative order requiring mining firms to incorporate SDG goals in their social development management programs to enhance the mining sector's role in sustainable development and to ensure that community programs deliver tangible long-term benefits. And finally, we have actually looked into social responsibility, providing direct benefits to local communities. This includes generating jobs, supporting services, skills and livelihood development programs, and equitably distributing the economic gains derived from mine operations and development. Now, we recognize that attaining socio-economic transformation of host communities is not easy. So we believe that there should be a constant collaboration between the communities and the mining sector at various stages of mine development, from resource exploration to mine rehabilitation. So in line with this, we have considered this in all of our IEC programs. In other words, just to synthesize this, we want to make responsible minerals development a cornerstone of national and ASEAN's regional growth anchored on environmental integrity and social equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippines. Now, let me invite Singapore. Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. Let me begin by acknowledging that Singapore's role in this investment forum is somewhat different from that of our ASEAN neighbors. Singapore sees itself as an enabler, a trade, logistics, financial, and innovation hub that can support the broader ASEAN critical minerals ecosystem. Our contribution lies in facilitating trade flows, inbound investment into ASEAN, and building the innovation and R&D partnerships that advanced manufacturing sectors will depend on, such as AI, semiconductor, renewable energy. A resilient critical minerals value chain needs more than extraction. It needs the infrastructure of trust, capital, and knowledge that connects supply to demand. This is where Singapore can add real value. On trade and investment, Singapore hosts one of the most significant commodity trading ecosystem in the world. Around 100 major global players in minerals trading are based in Singapore, including companies like BHP, Rio Tinto, Trafigura, and Mitsubishi. This concentration of commercial expertise and capital is an asset for the entire ASEAN region. With deeper ASEAN collaboration across the minerals value chain, we can leverage this ecosystem to develop stable, resilient, and diversified minerals trade flows, connecting ASEAN member states to key trading partners in a way that reduces concentration risks and strengthens resilience supply chain. This is an area where regional coordination can make a tangible difference. Harmonized trade standards, mutual recognition frameworks, and streamlined cross-border logistics will allow Singapore trading infrastructure to serve the ASEAN region more effectively. Downstream, Singapore is already actively investing in the sectors that will define the next phase of the critical minerals value chain. We are developing next-generation battery technologies and battery recycling capabilities. New materials technologies, building semiconductor capacity for AI applications, as well as growing our medical technology sector, all of which will depend on stable and secure supply of critical minerals inputs. To give some concrete examples, Singapore has committed $800 million to cutting-edge semiconductor research and development, R&D, and our national AI, which is a national artificial intelligence strategy, includes an investment of $1 billion to strengthen public AI research and anchor global centers of excellence. You may have also recently heard that Anthropic, as well as the other hyperscalers, has started to invest in Singapore as a Asia Pacific center. This represents real demand for the minerals that our ASEAN neighbors produce. In battery innovations, particularly, Our institutions such as A*STAR, which is our National Science and Technology Agency, has started their battery center, as well as our universities, the National University of Singapore, Advanced Battery Labs, which are conducting research into new battery composition and e-waste recycling technology. As electric vehicle or EV production and adoption scales across the ASEAN region, this work will become increasingly critical. And this is the work that will benefit the entire ASEAN supply chain. So where do we see regional coordination as most needed? From Singapore perspective, 3 areas stand out. First, investment facilitation and financing. There remains significant gaps in financing for midstream processing and downstream manufacturing across ASEAN. Singapore financial sector is ready to play a more active role with the support of multilateral development banks such as Asian Development Bank, ADB, World Bank, financial institutions, and private capital markets. Singapore is studying ways to make ASEAN critical minerals projects more bankable. This requires clearer investment framework and risk-sharing mechanisms at the regional level. Second, innovation and R&D collaboration. We will welcome partnership between Singapore research institutions and counterparts across ASEAN, particularly in battery technology, recycling, and advanced materials. Shared research infrastructure and joint programs could accelerate outcomes that no single country can achieve alone. Third and lastly, the trade and standards harmonization will become more important than ever. For Singapore commodity trading ecosystem, we would like to serve the region effectively. And this is where we need greater alignment on trade documentation, ESG standards, and certification framework. This will reduce trade friction, lower transaction costs, and make ASEAN a more attractive destination for global capital. In closing, I'd like to share that Singapore is committed to being a constructive and active partner in strengthening ASEAN critical minerals value chain. We may not have the minerals, but we have the connectivity, the capital, and the capabilities to help turn the region's natural endowments into shared prosperity. We look forward to working with all the partners here today to achieve shared goals to make ASEAN not only as an attractive region for investment, but also to become an integrated regional supply chain for critical minerals. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Singapore. Interesting idea. So, the next one, Thailand, please. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Panotsansu Jayanon. I work for Department of Primary Industrial and Mine, Ministry of Industrial. First of all, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to organizer for arranging this valuable opportunity for us to exchange view and experience. Regarding with the first questions on policy adjustments to reduce investment gap, Thailand has established investment-intensive scheme for target industry to the Board of Investment (BOI). This includes industries such as electrics, vehicle battery manufacturing, automotive and auto parts production, and semiconductor manufacturing. For the mineral sector, investment intensive are available. For minerals exploration, mining, mineral processing, and cementing activity. Eligible projects are those involving target potential minerals, including rare earth elements. At the same time, Thailand has continually improved its mineral-related permitting framework through periodic legal and regulatory reform. Electronic licensing systems have also been introduced to improve efficiency, transparency, and ease of doing business. Regarding regional cooperation, I would like to propose 3 areas we can work more closely together. First, we should develop a digital system to track the origins of mineral and support ESG standards. This will help us to meet international trade requirements and help reduce illegal mining, illegal trade, and environmental problems. Second, the development of harmonized standard code mapping for critical mineral and related products. This will improve data collection, trade monitoring, and supply chain management, making it easier to manage this and support fair trade. Finally, recycling can become an important source for raw material in the future, but it requires advanced technology investment and enough recyclable materials to make project viable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Thailand. Timor-Leste, next. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. A very good morning. First of all, Timor-Leste would like to take this great opportunity to thank ASEC, the government of Philippines, ERIA, and ADB for organizing this great event in bringing together the government's stake and also the relevant stakeholders, development partners, academic, and industry to share our views on these respective matters. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by sharing with this forum on the Timor-Leste latest development in the mining sector. So Timor-Leste's mining sector is a fairly new industry. It is an emerging industry in our country. At this stage, our mining activities is still in the exploration stage. However, from our research and development activities conducted by our research agencies, as well as the reports from our current explorations activities, we have received numerous reports indicated that Timor-Leste is blessed with very high potentials critical minerals. It covers gold, copper, manganese, rare earth elements, as well as the chromite, and also huge potential for limestones. And these exploration activities is very promising to be developed for further development in the mining activities. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, reference to the topic on the national experiences on policy measures supporting investment diversifications, particularly on the policy adjustment to be considered. Timor-Leste appreciate opportunity to share with our national perspective on the policy measures to support the investment diversifications, particularly in the mining sector. It is worth it noting that Timor-Leste economy is highly dependent on our oil and gas sector, making the economic diversifications nowadays becomes our national priority. The mining mineral sector, which has been only formally established over the past 3 years, is still in early stage. Nevertheless, it is an emerging strategic sector with strong potentials to contribute to the long-term economic diversifications as well as the sustainable development. At the national level, Timor-Leste is currently developing a regulatory frameworks to strengthen our mining sector. This development includes the implementations of robust research and development activities for mineral identifications. And also we are now improving our licensing system. We also are currently developing clear royalty framework, advancing critical mineral strategy, and strengthening our local content policies. We view that the objective is to provide a certainty to investors while ensuring that mineral development contribute to the national development. In addition to that, as of now, Timor-Leste does not have clear legal framework to govern mining activities, particularly in the midstream for the processing and downstream, in the midstream as well as the downstream. However, Timor-Leste's mining code adopted so-called ad valorem principles, where Timor-Leste encourages the investment in the mining sector to be happened in the country, from upstream explorations development to the downstream processing and refining of the minerals. And to compensate that, what Timor-Leste offers to the investors is we provide several investment incentives to investors who are willing to invest in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Timor-Leste sees the importance of adjusting and aligning ASEAN visions and missions to the development mining sector between all ASEAN member states, as well as with all the relevant stakeholders and dialogue partners. Timor-Leste believes that there are needs to connect the visions between the government entities as well as policymakers with the financial institute to finance the mining projects, industry, or with the private sectors. The visions also needs to be connected with the academic institutions for research and development, as well as for other research and development partners. Timor-Leste's views that to ensure proper management of critical mineral supply chains, regionally or globally, all ASEAN member states and all relevant partners shall set the same common goals. That the needs for the global energy security shall become our global responsibility or common responsibility. In doing so, Timor-Leste believes all parties shall work together to ensure that our visions and our goals are met. All parties should work together to ensure that we mine our natural resources responsibly for the benefit of all. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, on the regional cooperations, let me share Timor-Leste's views on these respective matters. Timor-Leste sees the significant value in the ASEAN coordinations, particularly when it comes to harmonizing investment plan in mining sector across all AMS and recognizing standards from all AMS countries. At first, on harmonizing the standards, Timor-Leste is currently working in developing our critical mineral policy. In doing so, Timor-Leste's critical policies is to be set in alignment with the ASEAN policy for critical minerals. In the policy level, Timor-Leste sees that to better positions ASEAN in global market for providing critical mineral for global demands, all IMS shall establish the same common goals and objective in attracting investment in the regions. Timor-Leste believes that one of the good techniques of attracting the investment in the region is to create an environment where mining industry shall benefit all stakeholders. Policy alignment in ESG standards shall be established in such a way that the mining sector can be developed in a sustainable manner. Second, Timor-Leste's views on the importance of recognitions of the technical standard across all AMS and recognitions on the professional qualifications from all AMS is very important. We view that this would support the mobility of the expertise across the regions, which is particularly important for emerging sectors like ours. On the technical level, Timor-Leste sees the importance in enhancing the regional cooperations on the geological data sharing, training and capacity building would be greatly benefit countries at early stage of the sector development. Timor-Leste would like to emphasize that investment in the diversification should not only focus on attracting the capital, but also ensuring sustainable outcomes throughout harmonizing legal framework, technology transfer, local employment, as well as skill development. In conclusions, Timor-Leste sees that for ASEAN to be able to position itself as one of the key players in providing critical minerals for global demand, it is very important to all AMS to come together and work together as one family to share the same goals and vision. Timor-Leste support practical and looking forward ASEAN approach by strengthening national policy framework, enhancing regional coordinations, building capacity, and promoting inclusive regional value chains that allows member states to benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Timor-Leste. Now, Vietnam. Can I invite Vietnam? 3 minutes, 3 to 5.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Indonesia for support from ERIA and.
Could you please moved. Yeah. We cannot hear.
And good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the government of Indonesia with the support from ERIA, ASEAN Secretariat, and ADB for organizing this forum. And let's have the opportunity to be here to talk about the critical minerals, which is very important in my country to shift to a minerals economic at the moment. Within the Vietnam framework, Vietnam welcomed the opportunity to contribute the discussion on policy direction that can support the investment diversification across the critical minerals value chain as the global transition toward the clean energy, digital technology, electric vehicle, battery storage, and advanced manufacturing demands for critical minerals is expected to increase the significance over the coming decades. This presents the substantial opportunity for resource-rich and manufacturing economies across the region, while still highlighting the need for resilient, diversified, and sustainable supply chain. For the national policy direction, we're moving beyond the resources extraction. With this regard, Vietnam placed particular emphasis on developing downstream industry, while still mining remains important components of the value chain. Sustainable greater value can be captured through the processing, refining, and advanced manufacturing. Therefore, Vietnam supports the investment in rare earth separation and refining facility, critical minerals, intermediate products, advanced material, permanent magnet, and other downstream industry that are closely linked to future clean energy technology. Developing this capacity will not only enhance national competitiveness, but also contribute more diversified and resilient global supply chain. And at the same time, we're also creating the attractive investment environment remaining essential. Investor requires policy certainty, regulatory transparencies, and predictable business conditions before committing capital to long-term projects in Vietnam. And with the addressing key investment barriers, that Vietnam believes that the government have important role to play the reducing this battery, improving the project. Public policy can help create a more supportive investment environment through the direct incentives, strategic infrastructure development, and risk mitigation measures that encourage the private sector participation. Infrastructure constraints also remains a major challenge in many jurisdictions. Critical minerals project requires a railroad transportation network. And we also have another challenges in concentration of certain segments of the global critical minerals supply chains in limited number of markets. This concentration may increase the supply chain and discard the investment is alternative processing and manufacturing location. And Vietnam therefore supports the efforts to diversify the supply chain and create more balanced and resilient region products network. And the government of Vietnam also strengthened the government-to-government cooperation. And we believe that the government-to-government cooperation can play a particular important role in facilitating investment diversification. Strategic partnership between the government can help to reduce the uncertainty, strengthen investment confidence, and support the development of long-term supply chain relationship. And that's why there's a article in our new law, geology and minerals. Before now, the private sector want to invest in Vietnam, that they work with the private sector to private sector. But at the moment, with the new law on geology and minerals, we create the government-to-government cooperation. That means we establish the intergovernment management board to support the private sector of both countries. And furthermore, Vietnam supports the greater international cooperation on environment, social and government standards. A sustainable requirement become increasingly important in global markets. Common approaches to responsible sourcing. And we also have the regional cooperation for release and supply chain. And we believe that the regional cooperation will be essential for building, releasing, and diversify critical mineral supply chain. No single country is likely to pose all the resource, technology, financing capability, and we understand it very well. And that's why the greater harmonization standards and regulatory approaches can further facilitate investment and trade, aligning sustainability requirements, tracing system, and responsible sourcing standards can reduce barriers to cross-border investment while strengthening the market's confidence. And we believe that the future of critical minerals development lies in building diversified and integrated value chain rather than focusing on solely extraction. Achieve this objective will require the coordination of national policy, stronger government-to-government partnership, and strategic use of capital, and enhance the regional cooperation. And regarding to the policy adjustment, Vietnam believes that the government should more be beyond policy focus on the resource extraction. And we also see the importance of public finance markets and risk-sharing mechanism in mobilizing private capital. Blended finance arrangement, concessing finance credits, guarantee, and project preparation facility can help to improve the bankability of processing and manufacturing projects that may otherwise struggle to attract commercial financing. In addition, stronger supports for technology partnership, research and development, workforce training, industrial cluster development will be critical to enhancing the competitiveness and enabling countries to move up the value chain. And from the regional perspective, we believe that the coordination is mostly urgent needed in some area. The first one is the greater alignment and environment, social and governance, ESG standards, and traceability requirements and responsible sourcing framework would reduce the compliance costs, improve the transparency, and facilitate cross-border investment, diversifies the standards, create the unnecessary barriers, and increase the uncertainty for investors operating across the market, and enhance the cross-border infrastructure and logistic corridor is very essential. And finally, Vietnam sees the strong potential for development of complementary regional ecosystem, including shared processing capacity, technology partnership, research cooperation, and recycling network, rather than my country seek to develop all segments independently. And that's why regional cooperation should leverage the comparative advantage and promote the supply chain that create the mutual benefits participating in economy. And finally, we believe that closing investment gap will require a combination of national policy reform that gets financial support. And we welcome all the support and cooperation within ASEAN and also region. Thank you.
Thank you, Vietnam. So now we have just completed the ASEAN Member States side. Now let me move to the dialogue partners. But it's different set of questions, as you can see. So G2G frameworks, intergovernmental form, and how can we reduce political risk? I'll start with Canada. So please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Doni, and thank you to ERIA for convening this timely discussion and for bringing together representatives from ASEAN member states, dialogue partners, and colleagues to exchange their views on critical minerals, an issue of growing importance for ASEAN's energy transition and industrial development. Good morning, everyone. My name is Reynolds Lauer, and I'm a Trade Commissioner with the Mission of Canada to ASEAN, and I'm joined today also by my colleague from the Mission to Canada. We are also pleased to have Export Development Canada and the Canada-ASEAN Business Council participating in Session 5 later this afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to share Canada's policy approach to critical minerals and how we see opportunities for collaboration with ASEAN partners, particularly as ASEAN is advancing a number of priorities on critical minerals. As highlighted throughout this event, critical minerals are increasingly central to ASEAN's clean energy transition, electric mobility ambitions, and development of regional value chains, while also raising important considerations with regards to sustainability, financing, and supply chain resilience. Minerals and the metal sector is a key segment of our economy, which is why we have established Canada's Critical Mineral Strategy. Canada is a mining country with operations and expertise throughout the country, and it's an important driver economically for our communities and regions across Canada, particularly northern and remote and Indigenous communities. Canada produces more than 60 minerals and metals at almost 200 mines, and we have hundreds of additional projects under development. Critical minerals are essential for a modern economy. Advancing this sector presents a generational opportunity to unlock future prosperity for Canadians, and for partners, including ASEAN. Critical mineral supply chains, however, remain concentrated in a few countries, and the experience of COVID-19 pandemic underscores the importance of developing domestic capacity and working with partners to ensure supply chains are resilient and market-based. With regard to G2G frameworks, Canada is seeking to build a more resilient critical mineral global supply chain by working with international partners to align policies, to raise global economic, social, and governance standards, to advance joint research and development projects, and to encourage new investment opportunities, including potential joint investments among other priorities. These international partnerships in support of supply chain security and diversification are a key element of Canada's critical mineral strategy. Since the launch of this strategy in 2022, Canada has put in place a number of mechanisms to de-risk our domestic critical mineral value chain and propel forward project development. These tools include grants and contributions for mining and process-related infrastructure, research and development, especially at the processing segment of the value chain, such as $144 million to support R&D of new technologies, as well as a suite of tax incentives, for example, a 30% critical mineral exploration tax credit. The Government of Canada introduced complementary measures last year, including a dedicated sovereign wealth fund to provide equity and financing, and specific initiatives to expedite project approvals, among many more. With these measures and more, Canada is advancing critical mineral collaboration with several partner countries. And, for example, Canada co-founded and continues to support the Intergovernmental Forum on Mining, Minerals, and Sustainable Development, a leading international platform focused on responsible mining, mineral governance, and sustainable critical mineral development. The IGF offers in-country assessments, country-level capacity building, tailored technical assistance, policy guidance, and provides opportunities for international dialogue and knowledge sharing on critical minerals and sustainable resource development. At the same time, collective action is needed to build a more resilient and responsible critical mineral supply chain. And in that regard, Canada is engaged in a number of multilateral forums that aim to advance the development of critical minerals and critical mineral value chains, including the G7 Critical Mineral Production Alliance, the IEA, and the Forum on Resource Geostrategic Engagement, to name a few. Canada also sees potential to deepen collaboration with ASEAN member states, both bilaterally and through ASEAN-led forums and platforms, including ERIA. On this front, we're key to exchange with ASEAN on possible ways where we can find win-win opportunities to collaborate, and also look forward to learning more about ASEAN's efforts on critical minerals as you advance your priorities this year. To conclude, Canada's approach builds on our strength as a mining nation and our commitment to responsible, sustainable development. International partnerships, including with ASEAN member states, dialogue partners, and multilateral institutions, are central to this approach. We believe that by working together, we can build a resilient and responsible critical mineral supply chain that can support ASEAN's energy transition and our shared long-term prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rod. Now, thank you, Canada. And then let me invite Japan. Come Yeah, please take it. 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So, I'm Matsuo Kuremura from the Japan Administrative Industry. So, I just prepared my slide for the critical mineral policy in Japan in the but I don't have enough time to please the next page and okay. We are not the mining country, so we are manufacturing country. So we are very rely on the. So today's theme is critical mineral, but we are very focused on the more layers issue to the supply chain risk of the critical mineral. So life cycle is we are very rely on the some of the layers, the gallium, the tungsten, the graphite. There's a lot of the layers is very rely on the specific countries, and of course, so we will more diversify to the more investment to the not depend on the specific country. So that's very important for me to the we are moving to the dependency of the specific country. So the product is a permanent magnet and motor, or the now is semiconductor chips, very important industry for us too. But we need to that's kind of the rare earth issue to the now we are very advanced our not dependence of the specific countries, so increases diversify to the secure to the this kind of the critical mineral. And we have a lot of the policy is from the survey phases to the exploration phases and the development phases and the production phases. So yesterday, the JOGMEC is one of the organizations, and the METI is so they have a lot of the support to the from the this survey phases to the production phases in terms of the financing, including the equity finance, loan finance, and the more. Also the other resources finance from the JBIC, and next is we can provide to the the support in the offtake to the development of the layers. On the other hand, we have we are not the mining country, so we have some of the national stockpile and also utilization. If we don't have enough to the layers, we can use this kind of stockpile. Also, today's this theme is very important. It's not to develop in the upstream resources, but also more developing the refining process is very important. So we can investment is this kind of mid terms of the mid process of the such as refining and separation the process. On the next. So we investment a lot of the upstream resources such as also Linus project and the Kalimark project is so that's a very the one of the importance is co-investment between the government and I already mentioned the JOGMEC and the private company. The Linus project, Linus is the big company in Australia, but we investment not only Australia the upstream resources but also refining project in the Malaysia And we investment by the Jogmec and the Sojitz is one of the private company from Japan. Also, the Kalima project, we are very collaborators also between Japan, France, and the Calista is one of the big project, the separation process in the France. But we need to more secure the feedstock from the rare earths. And now we are seeking those other ASEAN countries more upstream side to the as a partner. And we need more increases our capacity of this separation process. And Japan is we had a big lesson and for these 15 years. So 15 years ago we called the rare shock. And I just skipped to the so very detailed to the dispute between Japan and China. But so some the dispute happened to this after that happened. The China reduced its supply layers and begin export restriction. The we start to the increases our capability, more investment with upstream from the layers. And on the other hand, we can increases our R&D. So reduce the layers product and such as magnet and semiconductor. That's very important. More from the innovation side, and also some more discuss and collaborate with the allies countries, the US and Australia and other countries to the small dispute to the WTO rule to the against to the export restriction from China. And that's a very that we struggle to discuss with this dispute. But on the other hand, today's theme is so we are very consider not only the investment in the upstream side, but also we are consider develop to the more downstream side. I mean to the if we can investment to the upstream side. But the price should be appropriate price, because the specific country they sometimes neglect to the appropriate process and such as environment assessment, and that should be more price is very appropriate, and but downstream side such as the semiconductor and the automobile industry should buy appropriate price. That's very difficult discussion to the how we can collaborate and between the upstream to the downstream to the more to offtake and in the new investment to the new upstream to the from the layer side. Then lastly, this is a comprehensive our approach to the how we can secure layers issue, and I already mentioned that we have some investment tool to the upstream to using the leveraging the Jogmec. But on the other hand, we are ministry industry not only see the upstream side but the downstream side, such as automobile, aerospace, defense, and battery. A lot of the industry, so we are very see on and collaboration. And I already mentioned that's a very important. The thought is a comprehensive supply chain. Comprehensive supply chain meaning is how we can secure and buy and to the appropriate price to the offtake and from the upstream side. And in terms of how we advance collaboration with ASEAN country, also our allies countries is more in terms of upstream is so we are very keen to the investment more upstream side from the layers more as a trusted partner. And on the other hand, the downstream side is very important. For example, so we investment in the Malaysia and automotive industry and in the producer and investment with so Daihatsu is one of the car maker. That's kind of the downstream and industry investment is very important also. Also in the Vietnam, we have some magnet company from Japan and dispatch in the Vietnam is that kind of collaboration is very important. So Japan will collaborate not only the investment in the upstream side but also downstream side. That's kind of the more collaboration that we established the comprehensive supply chain, which means is how we can decoupling with a specific country and buy the appropriate price to the offtake to the in the upstream side from the ASEAN country. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Japan. Thank you, Koronori-san. Now let me invite UK.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues from ERIA, from ASEAN Member States, from Dialogue Partners. My name is Sean Hillhorst. I work at the UK mission to ASEAN, and I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues in the room who have been attending this forum as well. Thank you for the opportunity to share perspectives on behalf of the United Kingdom. The UK recognises that global supply chains for critical minerals are highly concentrated and vulnerable to geopolitical risk, price shocks, and supply disruptions. Diversification is essential to safeguard the global security and resilience of our supply chains. The UK believes that strategic international collaboration will be essential to meet the supply needs of our high-growth businesses and to promote the global resilience of responsible and sustainable supply chains. Turning to the first question of how government-to-government frameworks with partners can be designed to diversify sources of capital, technology and offtake, well, financing technology and offtake arrangements will be central. We are actively exploring different models, and we're already discussing with partners how best to take this forward. I'm pleased to note that the United Kingdom has strong existing cooperation with formal agreements and dialogues with many of the countries represented here today, and we're keen to deepen those further. At the same time, diversification can't come at the expense of standards. So it's essential that mining investments are designed and delivered to the highest standard with responsible mining practices throughout. And this is where government-to-government frameworks can add real value, by working in partnership to de-risk responsible investments, not only in extraction, but across the midstream and into the wider enabling infrastructure, so power, transport corridors, and ancillary services. We also see considerable opportunity in fostering co-financing partnerships with G7 members, multilateral development banks, and with development finance institutions. Such partnerships can help crowd in capital, share risk, and accelerate project pipelines, and we look forward to continuing close engagement with partners to develop these further. Turning to the second question on which existing intergovernmental compacts can deliver concrete pipeline outcomes in the short to medium term, well, our starting point is that multilateral forums are indispensable. The UK is actively engaged across a wide range of platforms, including the International Energy Agency, the Minerals Security Partnership, the G7 and the G20, NATO, the OECD, and the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI. These forums are important for creating shared understanding of the issues and agreed pathways to drive solutions. However, we're seeing a proliferation of new initiatives in this space, which, while well-intentioned, there is a real risk of duplication and inefficiency. Rather than creating new mechanisms, we should focus on making existing platforms more effective. Strengthening coordination and delivery within these established forums is likely to yield to more immediate and tangible results. Finally, let me address the third question, how policy can reduce political and regulatory risk premiums without undermining national policy space. First, greater regional predictability. Investors are increasingly assessing entire supply chains, rather than individual jurisdictions or countries. ASEAN can lower risk premiums by promoting transparency, data sharing, and broadly aligned governance principles across the region, such as EITI type approaches. Second, scale and integration matter. ASEAN's strength lies in its ability to link complementary capabilities from mining to processing to manufacturing. More coordinated approaches, particularly in sectors such as EV and battery supply chains, can reduce fragmentation and make projects more bankable. Third, flexible alignment rather than rigid harmonization. Common approaches to ESG standards and traceability can certainly help reduce risk, but they should allow for national variation. ASEAN can support mutual recognition and gradual alignment to account for national circumstances of individual member states. Fourth, partnerships should be used to de-risk investment, not to deregulate. Collaboration with multilateral development banks and international partners can help to finance shared infrastructure and processing hubs, lowering the cost of capital while preserving national policy autonomy. And finally, all of this should support national development ambitions. Many countries are seeking to move beyond a pit-to-port model towards greater value add. ASEAN cooperation can help make these ambitions more achievable, while also improving investor confidence. So to summarize, by deepening practical cooperation, strengthening existing frameworks, and promoting smart, flexible policy alignment, we can get to more resilient, sustainable, and diversified critical minerals supply chains. Thank you for the opportunity to present the UK view, and I wish a constructive discussion.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Now let me invite United States. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to the organizers. My colleagues at the State Department and from our private sector partners have really enjoyed participating in this important forum. As we heard yesterday in Session 2, ASEAN faces significant barriers from regulatory gaps to processing capacity to constraints to responsible mining standards. Today, I want to share how the United States is addressing similar challenges through bold policy action, and more importantly, how we can work together to unlock ASEAN's tremendous potential. Just this past February, the United States hosted a critical mineral ministerial in Washington that brought together 54 countries, including Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and many of the other ASEAN dialogue partners with us today. The aim of this ministerial was to reshape the global market for critical minerals. Secretary Rubio was clear about our objective. He stated, "The world's critical mineral market is highly concentrated, leaving it a tool to political coercion and supply chain disruption. The United States aims to build new sources of supply, foster secure and reliable transport networks, and transform the global market into one that is secure, diversified, resilient, end-to-end." Today, I would like to highlight 3 key policy tools that we're deploying globally that may help inform regional cooperation. First, government-to-government frameworks. At the Critical Mineral Ministerial, we signed 11 new critical mineral MOUs, including with the Philippines. To date, we've signed 25 government-to-government frameworks, and this also includes ASEAN member states, including Malaysia and Thailand, as well as other dialogue partners. These aren't just symbolic documents. They address pricing mechanisms, spur development, and expand financing access. We're also proposing preferential trade zones with price floors for critical minerals to stabilize markets and encourage private investment. These projects and producers aim to address market manipulation while giving investors the certainty that they need to invest. We have also launched the Pax Silica initiative, which includes many partners that are with us today. Pax Silica is a strategic initiative aimed at building secure, resilient, and innovation-driven global silicon supply chains to support AI and transformative technologies. It spans the entire supply chain, including critical minerals, energy, advanced manufacturing, infrastructure, and logistics. The second policy tool that I would like to highlight is mobilizing sovereign capital. The United States has mobilized $30 billion in letters of intent, loans, and investments in the last 6 months to support critical mineral projects globally. This includes the U.S. Development Finance Corporation, which is providing billions for projects, Project Vault, a $10 billion initiative backed by the U.S. Export-Import Bank to establish a U.S. strategic critical minerals reserve, and the work of the U.S. Department of Energy in supporting loans for lithium, cobalt, and graphite projects. We believe public capital can be catalytic when deployed strategically. These resources can de-risk projects and crowd in private sector investment. The third policy tool I'd like to highlight is regulatory streamlining in domestic production. The United States has also taken decisive action to address our own regulatory barriers. President Trump signed an executive order to expedite permitting and expand domestic capacity. We're also addressing downstream processing through recognizing that mining alone isn't enough. We must build processing and refining capacity. At the Critical Mineral Ministerial, Secretary Rubio announced the creation of FORGE, or the Forum on Resource Geostrategic Engagement, which is the successor of the Minerals Security Partnership. FORGE will focus on policy coordination and project-level collaboration to strengthen diversified, resilient critical mineral supply chains. Moving forward, FORGE can serve as a platform for coordination export financing with development finance institutions, establishing common standards for responsible sourcing, sharing best practices on regulatory frameworks, and supporting specific projects between producers and investors. During this session, I would also like to highlight the ASEAN-specific collaboration that the United States has engaged with all of you on. The United States has been a committed partner to ASEAN's mineral development priorities. Last year, we supported the development of the ASEAN Mining Development Vision, the ASEAN Minerals Cooperation Action Plan 4, and co-organized with other partners in the room the first ever ASEAN Mineral Investment Forum last October. Our ongoing collaboration includes supporting development of the M&E framework for AMCAP 4 and partnering with the Philippines to develop ASEAN's non-financial incentive guidebook for responsible mining. This year, we're planning additional technical cooperation activities to support AMCAP 4, including a technical workshop on e-waste recycling and recovery. And we've also initiated conversations with the Philippines and the ASEAN Secretariat to provide technical assistance for an ASEAN framework for offshore and deep sea mining. With our private sector partners, many of which are with us today from the U.S. ASEAN Business Council, we also are committed to supporting the 2026 ASEAN Mineral Investment Forum planned for later this year. Looking forward to this afternoon's discussion on financing, I wanted to highlight some opportunities and priorities that emerged from the Critical Mineral Ministerial. 3 key points. Blended finance can combine concessional capital with commercial investment to achieve risk-adjusted returns. Guarantee instruments are important tools to unlock private capital. And third, transparent pricing mechanisms can increase market stability without distorting competition. Colleagues, the barriers identified yesterday in session 2 in terms of regulatory, limited processing, and compliance costs are all addressable through smart policies and appropriate financing tools. We need to move from concept to concrete projects. In conclusion, ASEAN sits at the intersection of geography and geology. The United States sees ASEAN as an important partner in building resilient and diversified critical mineral value chains. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, US. Okay, now we have completed the whole tables round for interventions. Now let us continue to the discussions, sort of open sessions. But before this, let me sort of summarize a bit from what we learned from the intervention from the member states and dialogue partners. I guess, and this is interesting, I guess we have a possible good story or narrative and proposals. There are 4 keywords that often mentions across the tables. The first is policy certainty. Almost many member states mention about this. The second is sort of the acceptance that we have to put it under the framework of value chains. So critical minerals development industries has to be put in the context of value chains. Even Japan term it as a comprehensive value chains. The third is, and this is, I guess, important for ASEAN in particular, is access to data, access to information, access to geological surveys informations. And this is, it is robust across ASEAN member states. It was noted. Indonesia also mentioned this, and a few other countries. The fourth are ESG, harmonized standard and other things, which is sensible, makes sense, because at the end of the day, the downstreams produced will go to global market. So this sort of four important keywords that seems to appear from the interventions we have. But then now the challenge is, if we accept these four key words, the fact that we have to have policy certainty to invite investment, but we have to think this in the context of value chains, creates a challenge, which means we have to think in the scale of a region, naturally ASEAN regions, and even more naturally is broader ASEAN, East Asia, and so on. Why? Because value chains is not efficient if it is done fully within one country. People recognize that it has to be done efficiently if we want to have an efficient productions across countries. In other words, this is the power of economies of scale. So in other words, and this is, I guess, the role of ASEAN that can play, is how to find the optimal solution to combine this value chains aspect as well as policy certainty. Yesterday's, not only in the session 2, but in special sessions, it was mentioned, investment, private sectors need policy certainty, definitely. And then also needs access to information, which can be done through this access to information based on geological survey. So maybe this is something that ASEAN can do. If one of the questions is policy adjustment, I guess the policy adjustment naturally need to come at the ASEAN level. Now, that's one big sort of point that we can discuss. The second is the idea that policy certainty and value chain has to come together, demand some sort of, if we look at the history of ASEAN, a bit of change in mindset. ASEAN economic community or ASEAN economic integration has so far in the past 3 decades or so concentrates on trade and investment liberalization facilitations. We see a lot of FTAs within ASEAN, +1 and RCEP, also part of that. I guess the acknowledgement, the acceptance, the importance of critical minerals need to somehow shift the thinking in ASEAN to make it as an important topic. And why we need this shift in the thinking, in the mindset? Because then ASEAN will give more attention to this topic, giving more resources, attention to these critical minerals. So I guess that's sort of important too. Maybe let's open the discussions, and we are grateful to have development banks here and at the international institutions here. So let me invite maybe from ADB, AGF to make a comments or interventions. Thank you, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. It is really a good learning for us, especially to listen to all of you in terms of progress in reform in each country, and also effort done by our dialogue partner in terms of supporting the critical mineral value chains in the region. Three things from my side for listening to all of the discussions. I think number one, it was really reassuring to hear that reform to build policy certainty is in a good progress in all of the countries. I think in this context, I would like to reassure also ADB support as part of our internal policy in ADB. This is also the area where we can work with you closely in terms of enhancing the policy environment for critical mineral. Secondly, I think it was also very good to hear that in developing competitive value chains for critical mineral, I think the region is ready to cooperate, including to harmonize some regulatory framework, to work on ESG, and so on. I think I would like to share with you that ADB was born out of regional cooperations. In our charter, I think we are supporting the country collectively as well as individually. So I think we are also your partner in terms of working together in developing good collaboration in regional value chains in the region. Lastly, I think Malaysia mentioned about if we want to be competitive in this downstream industry, I think we need to have a good source of energy, preferably renewable one. In that context, I think the region already announced the Asian Power Grid, and ADB also will be happy to be a partner in that context. I think these two need to be infrastructure, enabling infrastructure together with the value chains need to go hand in hand, and we will be your partner in all the front in this endeavor. Let me stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ADB. Now, let me invite IEA. Is there a license there? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, distinguished delegates from the ASEAN Member States, the IEA member countries, dialogue partner countries, representatives from the ASEAN Secretariat, fellow international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Axel. I'm the IEA country lead for Indonesia, based here in Jakarta. On behalf of the International Energy Agency, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to ERIA, the Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Republic of the Philippines, the ASEAN Secretariat, and the Asian Development Bank for convening this very important forum. Allow me to share 3 recent observations from the recent IEA analysis just recently published. So first, diversification, as we always hear, has become a central issue for energy security, economic security, and industrial competitiveness. So the IEA Global Critical Mineral Outlook shows that demand for key energy mineral continues to grow strongly, driven by electric vehicles, battery storage, renewable energy deployment, electricity networks, and a growing range of advanced industrial applications. At the same time, supply chain remain highly concentrated, particularly in refining and processing. In several cases, concentrations has actually increased in recent years rather than decreased. This highlights why diversification has become a strategic priority for many countries and regions. From the IEA's perspective, diversification should not be viewed as a zero-sum exercise. It is not about replacing one partner with another. Rather, diversification is about building resilience, creating more options, reducing vulnerability to disruptions, and strengthening confidence for both producers and consumers. Second, investment diversification requires a whole of value chain approach. One of the key lessons from global experience is that value creation does not stop at mining. Significant opportunities exist in processing, refining, advanced materials, recycling, logistics, and manufacturing. These present a major opportunity for ASEAN. The region possesses a unique combination of resource endowments, industrial capabilities, growing markets, and strategic geographic location. Different ASEAN member states have different strengths, and regional cooperation can help transform these individual advantages to a more integrated and competitive regional ecosystem. In this context, policy discussions on standards, sustainability, traceability, skill development, infrastructure connectivity, and investment facilitation can be just as important as resource development itself. These areas can help reduce investment risk and increase investor confidence across the entire value chain. Third, partnership remain essential. The IEA's analysis shows that diversification is unlikely to materialize through market forces alone. While long-term demand prospects remain strong, investment growth in critical minerals slowed in 2024 as projects faced challenges related to price volatility, financing conditions, long development timelines, and market uncertainty. This underscores the importance of cooperation between governments, industry, financial institutions, and international organizations. There is no single model for success. Different countries will pursue different pathways based on their national priorities and development objectives. However, successful investment diversification is often supported by clear and predictable policy frameworks, strong international partnerships, access to finance, capacity building, and long-term investment certainty. The IEA's recent work on rare earth elements also highlights that resilient supply chain requires collaboration across the entire value chain, linking resource-rich countries, processing centers, manufacturers, financiers, technology providers, and end users. Diversification is ultimately a shared endeavor. So, with one final reflection, ASEAN has an opportunity to position itself not only as a supplier of critical minerals, but also as a global competitive hub for sustainable processing, manufacturing, and innovation. Achieving this ambition will require continued cooperation among ASEAN member states, dialogue partners, development institutions, and the private sector. It will also require balancing investment attractiveness, sustainability objectives, and national development priorities. The IEA stands ready to continue supporting ASEAN, its member states, and partners through data analysis, policy dialogues, and international cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, IEA. Now, can I invite IGF? Yeah, please, Petal.
Thank you so much. Dear delegates, dear ASEAN member states, DENR, ERIA, ADB, thank you so much for having us here today. And we've had a very productive week of meetings, so thank you so much for all of the engagement from everybody. I just wanted to say a few words on the work that we've been doing and the areas of importance, and then reflecting a little bit on some of what we've heard in this forum here today. In terms of the work that IGF has been doing with different AMS, both collectively as well as ASEAN as a region over the last few years, has been on a number of different areas, some more technical, related to responsible mining, mine closure and rehabilitation, to ASM, to artisanal and small-scale mining, as well as a number of other areas. But we have been quite involved in the area of critical minerals, working quite closely with ASEC on a number of different initiatives and studies. One was related to a larger scoping of critical minerals within the region. But more recently, we have also started doing a lot of work on downstream value chains as well, and taking this approach of mineral to final technology, and to kind of complement and reflect this importance of value chains and technological progress, downstreaming and value addition in the region. As such, one of the recent assessments that we have made is looking at the kind of broader value chain approach, or the broader value chain space across 5 different technologies. We have identified solar PV, wind power, battery storage, electromobility, both in terms of passenger vehicles as well as electric 2- and freewheelers, and then semiconductors as different areas of opportunity. And here it's important to note that all of these sectors are in various stages of development, from world leading to currently emerging. But the main point here is that ASEAN already has a number of these technologies in downstream sectors. And so a lot of the challenge is about connecting the mineral dimension, having the missing middle, as it's been called, in terms of the processing and refining, and then connecting this with the downstream value addition sectors. But more broadly, what we really see is that there are significant complementarities amongst the ASEAN member states. And so regional integration is something that is very potential, given but that requires additional coordination, incentives, and policy to enable this flourishing of all of these sectors. Industrial policy will continue to be a fundamental factor, and it is up to ASEAN as well as the AMS to coordinate effectively to prevent a race to the bottom and to ensure that a lot of these similarities and complementarities are well captured. But there is, of course, also trade coordination, standards harmonization, as well as financing that needs to be mobilized. And I think a lot of people have pointed that out today. It's important to take a broader approach that also includes not only the downstream, but the whole circular approach. So the emergence of recycling or the potential of the emergence of recycling hubs across the region is something that needs to be investigated more thoroughly. We have also been supporting on the creation of the critical mineral strategy that's under PED number 6 of the Philippines chairmanship of ASEAN this year. And so there is quite a lot of potential there in terms of the development of some of these kind of strategic components that will help drive the region further and formalize a lot of these strategies. So maybe as a last thing also, I'm very happy to hear about the importance of responsible mining, responsible production, and ESG from everyone here today. We, of course, believe that this is a fundamental component, not only as a nice to have, but something that is really becoming a key aspect of not only the upstream, midstream, and downstream markets, but really this importance of responsible production and the contribution of the mining sector to socioeconomic development across all of the AMS is a fundamental necessity. So this is just to say thank you so much for the invite. It's been a real pleasure to be interacting with all of you here this week. And IGF stands ready to support and continue support not only to AMS, but to ASEAN as a whole on these very important topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, IGF. Now, can I invite C4all? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. A very good morning or good afternoon to everybody participating. So I have found today's discussion very encouraging. I've heard the several ASEAN member states highlighting the importance of moving beyond extraction to more on the value chain. Very great examples from Singapore, for example, on financing, trade, innovation, and recycling, to Vietnam's focus on processing clean energy manufacturing, and also to Timor-Leste work on establishing the policy. A very common theme emerging from discussion that I can derive is that critical minerals is becoming a very regional ecosystem rather than a purely national one. And as sustainable energy for all, our mandate from the United Nations is really on clean energy for all. So we think that in the future, if we were to have this much of renewable energy, it should come from clean minerals. So in that context, I would like to share a few findings from C4All's ongoing critical minerals demand supply assessment, which we conducted with the ASEAN member states and as well as ASEAN Secretariat, supported by the UK mission to ASEAN through the ASEAN UK Green Transition Fund. 3 things very quickly. First, we already know that ASEAN has a strong resource base, and our analysis shows 60 million tons of nickel, almost 6 billion tons of bauxite, even up to 27 million tons of copper reserves. But at the same time, we see that key inputs like lithium and graphite remain limited within the region. So it underscores the importance of diversified supply chains. Second, we already also see from our analysis that ASEAN strengths are highly complementary. There are resource-rich countries like Indonesia and the Philippines, and can be complemented by processing technologies, capabilities in Malaysia, manufacturing growth in Vietnam and Thailand, and also emerging strength in recycling and finance in Singapore. And last but not least, our analysis suggests opportunities for greater regional integration across the value chain. So not only from mineral processing, but also up till EV manufacturing, recycling, and circular economy solutions. So we hope from C4All's side, we believe that this reinforces the importance of viewing minerals not only from mining issue, but also a part of broader agenda like industrial development, energy transition, and then regional integration. Thank you, Chair. Over.
Thank you, C4All. Now, can I invite WEF, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Assistant Secretary, leadership of ERIA, ADB colleagues, distinguished guests. On behalf of the World Economic Forum, we are delighted to be invited to participate in this table, and thank you for hosting us at this event. As the International Organization for Public-Private Collaboration, we are heartened to hear that multi-stakeholder dialogue is a message that resonates deeply in this table. It's clear that for global mineral value chains, the sectoral silos that exist in our current conversation must be broken down. And we are proud as the World Economic Forum to be involved in facilitating this discussion as a trusted platform of convening. Since 2022, the World Economic Forum's Securing Minerals for Energy and Technologies initiative has been working on accelerating responsible, growth-oriented mineral sector development, and currently work on 4 work streams that I also hear resonate in this discussion. First, we work on facilitating actionable insights on international trade and policy dialogue, bringing together industry, policymakers, civil society to inform what effective minerals trade policy looks like. Second, as some of you may recall from my intervention yesterday, we have an investment mobilization and minerals finance platform whereby we focus on the bankability of minerals projects and how to crowd in private capital, including using catalytical, targeted public sector support. The third work stream we have is on innovation and responsible sourcing, including some of the environmental and social considerations that have been brought to this discussion this morning, as well as innovation in the business case for critical mineral investment. The fourth work stream under our auspices is regional deep dives, and this is particularly an effort I would like to introduce to the room today. Starting in July 2026, we will be launching an ASEAN regional deep dive on critical mineral value chains in collaboration with our colleagues at IGF as the co-host of this effort. We're excited for this 12-month stakeholder sprint to produce actionable recommendations for regional value chains of minerals in the ASEAN region, identify investable opportunities, and ways in which different sectors can work together to land policy aspiration into an investment pipeline and implementation plans. I've had a number of conversations with stakeholders in the room regarding participation in this initiative, and we hope that today will be the first of many conversations in this series. From the World Economic Forum's perspective, it's clear that dialogue across different parts of the mineral value chain, across different stakeholder sectors, as well as across national boundaries are an imperative. We're pleased to participate in today's discussion, and thank you again to the organizers for having us at this table.
Thank you, World Economic Forum. Now, last but not least, let me invite ASEAN Secretariat. Yeah, thank you, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator and distinguished delegates. Just a very brief intervention from the ASEAN Secretariat. As we discuss the investment diversifications, from us, we just see that we need to confront the hard reality that advanced geology alone does not attract capital. And this is the reality for the ASEAN Minerals Corporations, which I think our member states already realize. So in today's volatile market, capital is really a bottleneck by fragmented national policies and early stage project risks. To break this bottleneck, regional policy coherence must move from high-level rhetoric to operational reality. And this is where we, from the ASEAN Minerals Corporations platform, are now doing it. So within ASEAN, we are actively implementing this shift. We are building an integrated regional ecosystem anchored around data through the ASEAN Minerals Investment System, or we call it as an AMIS, sustainable industrialization through our ASEAN Minerals Development Vision, and also our ASEAN Principle for Sustainable Minerals Development, and the strategic matchmaking through our ASEAN Mineral Investment Forum, or we call it as AMFES. So crucially, as a direct follow-up to the our current priority economic deliverables led by the Philippines on critical mineral strategies, we are now specifically targeting the financing area. We recognize that policy alignment is only the architecture. We need the financial mechanism to back it up. So this intensive focus on financing will directly complement our ongoing work under the development of the ASEAN Mineral Investment Promotion Framework, which we are now working with our partners. Under this initiative, we are working with individual member states using a structured phased approach to identify and package highly specific so-called investment-ready minerals projects. By resolving the financing bottlenecks now, we aim to showcase this investment-ready minerals project at the next ASEAN Mineral Investment Forum, hopefully within this year or at least next year. So this will ensure AMVES serve as the high-value marketplace, delivering tangible outcomes and concrete deals from the direct engagement between government and businesses. AMVES is our own and solely a regional investment forum where 11 member states, our governments, will meet with the private sector in one place. So we recognize that to bring these projects across this finish line, we need the strategic interplay of G2G frameworks and sovereign capital. So G2G framework provide the long-term bilateral legal certainty and supply chain trust that the private markets cannot build alone. So concurrently, sovereign capital with its capacity for patient equity must step into the risk early stage infrastructure and extraction, effectively crowding in commercial investment. So for us, by linking our critical mineral strategies, what we are doing now, targeting financing mechanism and investment promotion framework, we from ASEAN will create a predictable unified economic corridor. So we invite our global partners and sovereign funds to collaborate with us now to turn these investment-ready opportunities, one of our key projects, into the resilience realities for our main platform, which is our ASEAN Mineral Investment Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, ASEAN Secretariat. All right, now maybe let me open the floor. Is there any views or ideas on how we should further approach this at the regional level? No? Okay, all right. So to the organizer, can we invite comments from the other participants? Yeah, okay. So let me also open to the wider floor. Is there any views or comments or suggestions or ideas for the moving forward on these policy issues or further challenges? If not, maybe President Watanabe, do you have anything to give? Oh yeah, yeah. If sure, I'm okay. All right. If there is no, let me pose these questions before we try to conclude. We talked many of these ideas, and I guess how how do you, because the issue is critical minerals is more and more deemed as commodities that has national security. So that means at the national level. But then we understand to develop it properly and to attract capital, as we discussed, we need policy certainty, we need the value chain approach, and just like IGF before mentions, there is also a challenge of racing to the bottom in terms of incentives, subsidies, as well as we also has huge gaps in investment. I mean, this huge industrialization that we need to, I mean, ASEAN needs to build, not to mention recycling, for example. Recycling industry, there's also one big industry. So in your view or opinion, how would ASEAN really need to do all of this, given the huge sort of task or industry that ASEAN needs to develop? A lot of ideas, partnering, utilizing the multilateral framework, sovereign wealth fund, and all of this. But in practice, what is the steps? Because seems to us a lot of issues comes at the same time. So how do we really, manage all of this? Any ideas? Yes, please. Philippines.
Well, this is not an official statement of the Philippines, but since you're asking for a personal view, I will give my personal view. Well, first of all, I believe that all countries, they have their own interests, right? But of course, as an ASEAN, it is very important that whenever we talk to our partners that who are non-ASEAN, that there should be an initiative that are carefully aligned with the ASEAN level engagement to help really help advance the region's collective ambitions in the mineral sector. And when you talk about ASEAN coherence and institutional capability, I think to support this, it's important that we need to ensure that any agreement would actually advance regional critical mineral objectives rather than contributing to any fragmentation. On the third note, I think ERIA actually made a very good mapping of the strengths and weaknesses of the ASEAN nations in terms of their strength in terms of as a producer or maybe in the manufacturer and down to the downstream industries. It's really important that when you talk about cooperation, right? So we need to really map these strengths and weaknesses so that, for example, the Philippines being the producer at this point in time, we are not yet really into the processing, but there are already countries that are ready for processing. And in the same way, Thailand, they've mapped this as doesn't really have much of this critical minerals, but they have the strength in terms of manufacturing. The way we do it really is while we are interested in our own economy, I think when to make ASEAN as really cohesive, that we identify this strength and weakness where we could actually collaborate. As mentioned yesterday, there's actually no need for each country to have all of these. It would be nice if we have all of this, but that can also lead to our downfall if there is a really too much competition. So when we engage, when we develop a manufacturing or maybe a processing plant, right, in a particular country, we can invite other countries to help the ASEAN in this aspect. And in that case, when we have this well-coordinated efforts, that is basically a shared resources and would really make ASEAN as one. So in terms of the AMCAP 4, in the past there's already that activity to map out all of these policies from the ASEAN regions and to see where the convergence is and where the divergence is. That is the first step. But I believe it's a long way, but it is a good step. So we would really appreciate on the part of the ASEAN partners to help out the ASEAN on this aspect, but not just help us out, but let me just also acknowledge that our ASEAN partners, right, have really helped the ASEAN in the past, and there are a lot of things to be done. Anyway, that's my personal thought. Thank you.
I think that's very important point to have regulatory coherence. And that is in tandem actually with this demand for access to information on the deposit and geological survey. I think that is one important step that ASEAN needs to do. I guess with that, unfortunately, is there any other, if there's a burning... yes, please, at the back.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Christine from the U.S. ASEAN Business Council here. The Council has been a long-term partner of ASEAN Secretariat and ASEAN for quite some time. I would like to contribute 3 potential areas that we think that the private sector could potentially provide input when it comes to policy framework development. Okay, so the first area that we would be looking at is sustainability standards. We have a lot of our member companies who have large global supply chains and specific requirements that they need to meet. And when it comes to looking at having the correct standards in mind, we are happy to link you to our companies to learn more about what sort of requirements they have. The second area that we think would be quite useful would be in the price discovery of particular critical minerals. And while we recognize that not all critical minerals are suitable for price discovery, we do have data companies and experts that we can link to help to improve the bankability of those projects. And the third area would be in providing connections to people who have worked on mining projects, whether in ASEAN or elsewhere. And we do have those people in our membership as well, of those who have that kind of experience. And we think that would add to the ecosystem. Thank you.
Yes, we can follow that up with ASEAN business, let's say, councils and other business in business groups in ASEAN. I guess with that, given the time limitation, so let me conclude that. But before I close these sessions, let me invite President Watanabe to. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, everyone. For I think from the today discussion, I find huge potential for the collaboration among the ASEAN member states and with the dialogue partners. A couple of things I was very impressed is number one is of course everyone emphasize need for diversification of investment. That's number one, of course. And number two is in order to do that, some participants emphasize the role of off-takers. So I think in ASEAN, many huge endowment of critical mineral, but in order to benefit from that, the role of off-taker on the downstream side is critical. Number three, maybe I'm also impressed by many countries, almost all countries mentioned the importance of standard or regulatory framework, ESG and technical or transparency. So I think that is a sort of rationale for the ASEAN to have this initiative to be taken as a region. So, so this time this is a sort of kickoff, but I see the huge potential for the initiative as a region within the ASEAN, and also collaboration with dialogue partners, both in the government and the private sector. And ERIA continue to provide this type of policy dialogue, and also we are think tank. So we need to, we try to provide some knowledge about mapping of the supply chain, which country is strengthened on certain sectors and other countries have a strength in other sectors. So that kind, and also choke point analysis is critical. So we very much would like to continue to contribute to this very important initiative. Thank you very much. And allow me to thank the initiative by the Philippines, especially Excellency Michael, and also ASEAN Secretariat and ADB and other partners. We very much appreciate the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, President Watanabe. I guess that's also nicely summarized these sessions. With that, on behalf of the organizers, let me thank you all again for your knowledge sharings and any thoughts, any other thoughts. So let us give applause one time to appreciate ourselves for these discussions. Thank you. And let me give it back to the MC. Okay.
Thank you, Pak Doni, for your moderations. Ladies and gentlemen, our session 5 will be started by a photo session. It will be a big group of photo session. So may I call to the stage for the photo session. First, I will start with the top row. May I invite Rahma Lestari Anggraini, Devan Chaya, Yan Christine Wan, Kenneth Tuk Sengkong, Syarat Somani, Sari Esayanti, Sinji Takarada, An Kun Huang, and Sruti Dayal. Can you please occupy the top row? Our team right here will help guide you to where you will be placed during the photo session. Once again, I would like to invite Rahma Lestari, Devan Chaya, Yan Christine Wan, Kenneth Tuk Sengkong, Syarat Somani, Sari Esayanti, Sinji Takarada, Ain Kung Huang, and Sruti Dayal to be on the fourth row. Following our friends here, may I call to the stage Balada Amor, Shihab Ansari Asar, Dedi Mahardika, Masaya Hirano, Dougal Crawford, Sean Eman, Song Yu, Sharon Wardini, Josephine Romero, Ovan Tito, and Amaratiha. Please occupy the third row. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Following our colleagues here, may I invite the head of delegations of ASEAN Member States from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam to join the photo session. Our colleagues from Brunei Darussalam, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Vietnam. Thank you. And for the front row, may I invite to the stage Bernardino Morinca Vega, Mr. Edimon Ginting, Dr. Nuki Agiutama, from ADB, Hideaki Iwasaki-san, from DENR, Sir Michael Cabalda, and from ASEC, Ms. Rabia Hussein. And also moderator, Dr. Doni. Please smile to the camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. 1, 2, 3, smile. Do we have good pictures already? Are we done? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for all of our delegations today. Now, on to the next session, which is the last session of the day. Session 5 entitled Mobilizing Capital, Financing Architectures and Actionable Pathways. This session will be moderated by the Senior Advisor, Office of the Director General and Officer in Charge. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Edimon Ginting.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to welcome you all to this very important sessions. To me, this is the crescendo sessions of the investment forum because we'll all need to think hard in terms of operationalizing many discussions that we had in the previous days and turning into pipelines and bankable project. As a background, let me share a bit what we have discussed in the last session. I think my colleague Dionysius already summarized it really well. I think I actually just borrow his summary. I think he mentioned 4 points, but Dionysius, I think the need for policy certainty. I think all our member countries were having share good points on this. Second, I think everybody recognized the need for coordinations and development of efficient regional value chains in the context of global market of the critical mineral. I think we also discussed about the need for reliable and updated geodata to inform the investment. And finally, we all recognize that ESG is not only about compliance, but also part of doing business in this sector. Another piece of background, I think last night, we also have a special session 1 where we discuss some of the critical challenges of financing of critical mineral value chains. Key message from that meeting was that ASEAN requires stronger pipelines investment ready project and bankable critical mineral project. I think whenever I have a discussion with our management, they always ask, where's the pipeline? I think this was one of the message that we received during the special sessions. We also need effective de-risking mechanism to mobilize long-term private capital. I think in the last sessions also, we discussed about the need for anchor capital. This was also raised last night. And we also need regional value chains integrations, and that offer not only scale but also efficiency. This was raised again during our discussion in session 4. And of course, the same thing was discussed on policy predictability. And finally, we all feel that we need to have collaborations not only among governments but also among MDBs, among sovereign wealth funds and private sector investor in terms of bringing many of this discussion that we had into fruitions in the ASEAN region. I think with that background, let me share with you the objective of this session. Certainly, as I mentioned before, I think this session is to operationalize what we have discussed in the previous days. And also, the key output that we expect from this session is to produce key inputs. I think ERIA is producing a brief paper now on critical mineral. This is part of the PED number 6. that will be presented to the leaders, and some of the input that we produce will come into the leader statement during the ASEAN Ministry meeting. So with that background, let me turn to the key contents of the session. I think we have 3 parts. Number 1, we will look at global financing landscape. And secondly, since Pak Bernardino is here and he need to leave early, we will discuss about the need of private sector and how to support them in terms of bringing the pipelines on the ground. And then finally, we will discuss about the financing architecture in the regions, including what Pak Dino discussed today about the 3 tiers of financing, as well as what ADB has recently launched in annual meeting, financing partnership facilities, and which is not unique to ADB. I believe our World Bank colleague also had the same facility, and the same is true for other MDBs. With that introductions, let's start with the first part of the session, which is the presentation, the Spark presentation by Lisa. I think it is a recorded presentation because she has not been able to come here. Let's start the video.
Hi, I'm Lisa Sachs. I direct the Columbia Center on Sustainable Investment at Columbia University. I am very sorry not to be with you in person, but I'm very grateful to ERIA and to the Asian Development Bank and to ASEAN and to the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for the invitation to join you and for allowing me to share some reflections remotely as much as I wish I were with you. As I've discussed with many of you in the room, I am genuinely hopeful about ASEAN's potential across the critical mineral value chain, and I'd like to explain why. The questions that you're discussing over the course of this forum are so timely and important, but they are also not new. I've been working in mineral value chains for 2 decades, and for at least that amount of time, countries all over the world have been trying to capture more value from their mineral resources, including by developing downstream processing and manufacturing. But the results have been far short of expectations. And I think it's useful at this stage to look at the lessons learned from those 2 decades, at least, of efforts to go downstream. And each, I think, points to what ASEAN could do differently and why it's actually well-positioned to do differently and more successfully at this moment. The first lesson is that the economics only work with integration. The downstream processing and manufacturing are very sensitive to economics. They locate where they can be done at competitive cost, and in most resource-rich economies, developing economies, those conditions haven't been in place, because competitive processing depends on reliable, affordable power, increasingly clean power, on transport and logistics that work, and on a cluster of co-located suppliers and specialized services and a skilled workforce and shared infrastructure. No single piece of that is enough by itself. But more than that, and more importantly, each piece of that is what enables the others. So the mine's demand for energy can make new power and transmission financeable, and reliable power and logistics can make processing viable, and processing at scale is what justifies building the infrastructure in the first place. That integrated planning has almost never happened. The pieces are treated as separate sectors, they're owned by separate ministries, they're financed on separate timelines, and so they arrive piecemeal, if at all. But the lesson is that the value chain, the energy system, and the logistics that serve them have to be planned together as one. And that is the first thing that ASEAN really can and is positioned to do differently. The second lesson is that it is very hard for any national economy to do this alone. It follows from the first lesson, actually, that when countries have pursued this, they've tried to pursue domestic processing within their borders, and very few countries have all of the pieces of a complete value chain within their borders. Most often in a region, the minerals sit in one place, the best renewable resources or energy is in another, the manufacturing capacity and the logistics might be somewhere else. That is certainly the case in ASEAN. So if each country tries to build the full value chain at home, all of those stay subscale and none becomes competitive against the established hubs. But the lesson is that the integration I just described can be and must be regional, both across sectors, as I described, but also across economies, and then can reach the scale and the economics that make the full value chain feasible to the benefit of each individual country. The third lesson I'd say is that competing with incumbents means a deliberate approach to absorbing technology and know-how. Processing has now concentrated in a few hubs that have real advantages in scale and in know-how, and those advantages are hard to overcome. But the lessons from the economies that have overcome them for their own industrial development is that technology and capability have to be deliberately transferred. They don't just transfer on their own. The clearest precedent in the region is the way that China industrialized by requiring foreign investors to enter through joint ventures with domestic firms so that the technology and the skills and the supplier relationships transferred deliberately rather than staying with the incumbents. This is a real opportunity, again, for ASEAN to work with its development partners in the same spirit so that investments along the value chain are planned for, that the large investors from industrialized partner countries are deliberately building the regional capacity. This should be a strategy both of the region and the region's governments, but also of ASEAN's development partners. A few things have changed, all to support ASEAN's potential. The first is that the costs of clean energy have plummeted. They've fallen decisively. That should substantially reduce the barrier of reliable and affordable energy. But in ASEAN, the main barrier now is not the adequacy of clean energy. It's plentiful. It's ASEAN's ability to plan for an optimized regional energy system. We've been so pleased and privileged to be working with the ASEAN Center for Energy and with the ASEAN Secretariat on this integrated planning, which can be decisive for ASEAN's industrial objectives and, by the way, supported by those same activities if they're planned together, because ASEAN's growing demand sector, including the mineral value chain, can anchor the scale-up of the energy infrastructure. The second thing that's changed is that countries can now absorb transfer technology and build their own capability faster than before, especially when that absorptive capacity is built deliberately. The opportunities for that have also expanded because there are new parts of mineral value chains, like in circularity and the recovery and recycling of battery and clean energy materials that have started to become competitive. And that allows countries in ASEAN that don't have the raw materials or the robust manufacturing base to participate actively in a regional value chain. And the third and probably the most important feature and change in ASEAN is that the market, the demand has moved. ASEAN now has and will have a growing market for the end products, for batteries, for electric vehicles, for clean energy equipment. It is growing in the region and it will grow even faster. And that, plus the perceived supply chain risks and the increased regulation of embedded carbon, all make catering to and processing near regional markets much more compelling than ever before. So altogether, ASEAN is really in a position that few resource-rich countries have been in. It has, together as a region, large mineral reserves, an established manufacturing base, ample clean, renewable energy potential, a fast-growing domestic market, and the institutions to support regional integration and the political commitment to regional integration. Designed together, a well-planned mining and manufacturing value chain and a clean power system are eminently possible in the region. They can anchor each other, the demand making the energy investment bankable, the clean power making the industry competitive, each reinforcing the other. That's the opportunity. The last question I will say is how the partners in this room can support. I understand that this particular session is focused on capital, and the role for the partners, to my mind, follows directly from everything I've said. The single most valuable thing that this group can do is to support the integrated regional analysis, planning, and coordination of the energy system, including both demand and supply. This is now ongoing at the ASEAN Center for Energy, and ERIA and ADB are extremely well placed as existing partners to support that technical analysis, which needs further robust analysis and technical modeling and political engagement. The second is that ASEAN's development partners can commit to jointly structured investments along the value chain that build regional capability, clean power sourcing, and skills alongside the foreign investment, engaging the private sector and each of the development partners to actually co-invest thoughtfully to support that technology and skills transfer. And then the third, on the finance side, importantly, most of what these value chains need can be financed by private capital. The challenge isn't a shortage of capital for ports, infrastructure, energy, and so on. It's that without coordination across the whole chain, the risks of each project are prohibitive. So development finance can have a much greater effect and leverage when it can not only support the planning, which is the most important thing, but also take on and pool risks across a regional pipeline of integrated projects, not project by project financing, but actually addressing the perceived and real risks across a pipeline. That type of guarantee and other types of high leverage instruments or pooled risk facilities are really underused, but could be very effective. And the ADB's regional mandate and ASEAN's regional planning can make that type of regional approach to financing very achievable and compelling. So I will end there again with gratitude for being able to share these reflections. I really believe that ASEAN has every ingredient for a successful mineral value chain, and that those in the room are well placed to support what has long been missing, which is the coordination across the value chain, integrated planning across sectors and across borders, co-investment that builds regional capability, and strategic financing that makes the whole system financeable. I really look forward to working with each of you in the months ahead to make this potential a reality. Thank you again.
Great message there from Lisa. I think 3 key lessons reinforce some of the things that we discussed today and yesterday. Integrated planning. Country shouldn't do it alone in terms of developing the competitive regional value chains, as well as absorbing technology should be deliberate, and also reinforce the message that the problem now is not capital, but availability of bankable pipeline. So to dig deeper, to do deep dive in terms of some of the points raised by Lisa, I think the organizer already prepared some guiding questions. I think there are 5 of them. I think all of them will be key in terms of enabling us to answering some of these hard questions. But I understand if we go with 5 questions one by one, I think we won't have enough time. So I encourage you to provide quick solutions to some of these challenges raised by these questions. And if you, when in your interventions, please cover as many as you can if you feel you have the answer. But if you don't, then please just cover the question that is most resonating to you. So with that, let me go around the table in terms of unpacking some of the challenge that we are facing in this first session. Anybody want to start? Please, Kenneth. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. Hi, Mr. Ginting and distinguished members of the panel. Thank you so much. My name is Kenneth Kong. I lead the infrastructure advisory practice for Black and Veatch in Asia Pacific. I'd like to thank the organizers ERIA and also the US ASEAN Business Council for allowing us this opportunity to contribute to this session. Based on the questions that are in front of me, I've got one observation to share and then a request at the end of it, if that's okay. Right? The observation is this. We are technical engineering advisors and we build critical infrastructure to provide power, fuel, water, and the environmental safeguards for projects in mines, right? And also for ore processing. So the observation here is that in order for these projects to come to fruition, you need all of these utilities on top of what a country, a fast-growing country like Indonesia already needs from power demand, right, and gas supply. So the observation here is that as we build out this ecosystem, please do not forget to ease the friction around processes, permitting, right, for these sorts of projects so that we, as the engineers, we can support the construction of this and reduce the cost of actually enabling these projects, right? So this follows on the request and to Lisa's comments earlier around integration. We fully agree that the approach to accelerate the provision of critical minerals, the extraction of critical minerals, must occur on an integrated basis because the resource endowments are not in one country, they're spread all over ASEAN. But also from an engineering perspective, we also need to look at the availability of energy, power, water at that site. And it may also be the case that you may need to locate your refining capabilities in the midstream somewhere other than the location of the ore extraction. So my request is, as we go away from this conference, is to not forget to reduce the friction, right, around processes and approvals in these multi-market locations so that we can actually come up with the lowest cost, fastest to market solutions that, we would want to develop. So that is my request, if that's okay, to just help us build and construct these assets for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenneth. Other interventions?
Hi. First of all, thank you to ERIA, ADB, the Philippines, and ASEAN for inviting me to this. I'm from the ASEAN Business Advisory Council in Malaysia, although I'm speaking here on my own behalf and not on behalf of the Malaysian government. It's been eye-opening. We've all read about critical minerals and seen and heard about how important they are. But coming to a conference like this with, so many esteemed delegates really brings home how crucial critical minerals are to the world. The new world we live in, where everything is electric vehicles, all depends on critical minerals. So the benefits of the world are obvious, but the costs tend to be borne by the countries producing these minerals, particularly the environmental costs. We heard about responsible mining, and it is good that responsible mining is being brought to the fore. But, to dig out rare earth either means digging a gigantic hole in the ground with waste materials which are potentially radioactive, or we're told that it's a more environmentally acceptable way of doing it, which is pouring acid into the ground and then hoping that when the acid leaches out, you also get rare earth in it. In both cases, the environmental destruction is quite large. And it's not sure how much of the benefits actually go to the country. The benefits of the world are obvious, the benefits to the end users are obvious, but how much of it actually goes to the country concerned? So some of this reminds me of what used to happen with oil. In the past, when I say the past, in the days of colonial days, oil was extracted by the multinationals. And then independence came, and many of the countries in ASEAN decided it's time to take control of their own destiny. and to not be subject to neocolonialism or colonialism of any kind, but to control the oil. So should we not consider having, like we have national oil countries in ASEAN, national critical mining companies in ASEAN? In other words, have it under the control of the ASEAN governments. And to go one step further, because it's an ASEAN problem, because ASEAN can benefit from it, let's have an ASEAN-wide control of critical minerals, because they are critical. But if they are so critical to the world, then some of that benefit should be shared by the countries which produce these minerals, rather than it going everywhere else. So I'm not sure whether it'll solve the problem. It will solve some problems of financing, because you'll have if you have to finance ASEAN-owned critical mineral company, your risks are less. Presumably, your credit risks are less, because the credit of the state stands behind it, and permitting and all that goes away because it's all done by the country, and there'll be responsible mining because it's in the interest of the country to make sure that they don't destroy the environment. So, again, I speak only on behalf of myself, but certainly, coming to this conference, I see that we have to do something radical. We cannot go back to the same situation before. What happened when the giant oil companies control the destinies of small countries. We have to move away from that, and I think this is a chance for ASEAN as a whole to come up with a bold solution and in terms of how to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, for proposal for the bold solution for ASEAN in terms of having Asian company in terms of critical mineral. Any other? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My name is Sharat Somani from KPMG, part of the US FBC delegation. I wanted to make a couple of observations, and as a financial advisor, when I look at this industry, I effectively look at four big parts. Clearly, as highlighted during the entire day yesterday and today, I think the opportunity is huge for ASEAN countries to create a new pillar of economic growth in terms of critical minerals, and it touches upon a number of things, including renewables, decarbonization, energy transition. So there's clearly a great opportunity for ASEAN countries to develop an economic pillar around critical minerals and processing. But as a financial advisor, I would think that the private investment could be attracted when we look at it from the risk perspectives. And there are a number of risks, as we do in our classic project financing space, which need to be identified and addressed and allocated to the party that's best able to manage it. The way I look at it is potentially risks like environmental clearances, environmental risk, policy regulations, legislative risk, looking at the country risk, land and that kind of risk, resource risk, are some of the risks which probably have to be mitigated through active intervention by the government and multilaterals involved. There are certain risks like technology risk, financing risk, market risk, which probably private sector is best able to do it and they can manage those risks well. So when we structure a project, to answer your question on how to attract more financing for projects, I would say that it's important that risks are identified and allocated to the parties that best able to manage it. And these are some of the critical risks which we can address upfront as ASEAN as a community. So there's a consistent policy framework when private sector looks at it and tries to mitigate it. The other thing which I'm very enthused about during the entire 2 days is a strong commitment and contribution by various developed markets here. US, Canada, Australia, Japan, UK, everybody's here, and I think there's a lot to learn of successful precedences in this market which could be replicated. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel. There are certain best practices which we can capitalize on, whether it's standardization of contracts or procurement processes, and we have seen it in a number of other areas as well. We could probably fast track that. And finally, I believe that creating some kind of a common institutional mechanism, not only to set policies and frameworks which can be consistently applied across jurisdictions without taking away the sovereign rights of the country to decide on critical minerals, but at least some consistency on policies so that ASEAN countries can learn from each other, as well as creating some kind of financing frameworks that are common and consistent, so that private sector doesn't have to think through when they're looking at each country investment opportunities, but more are aware of the broader consistent policy frameworks through an institutional mechanism created specifically for critical minerals will be very, very powerful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharat, for highlighting the blue growth and the risk, different risks based in different jurisdiction, place, and so on, as well as the institutions that could coordinate some of this investment down the line. Any other interventions from? Yeah, please.
Yeah, Dougal Crawford from Export Finance Australia. We're Australia's export credit agency and have financed a number of critical mineral projects in Australia. Probably the main observation I would make as it relates to the questions asked and what's missing. Critical minerals is quite different from other commodities. Generally, when you're looking at traditional commodities such as coal and iron ore, copper, there's a well-defined end market for those products. So they become quite easily financeable by export credit agencies like ourselves, JBIC and EDC, but also the commercial banks. The interesting when it comes to critical minerals, you've got two particular issues that need to be resolved. One is obviously processing and the associated technology risks and scale-up risks that incurs when you are looking to process a mineral, which generally is more complex than others. The second component to it is you need direct engagement with buyers. Okay, offtakes, who you're selling to, is a key component to how these projects get financed. I would encourage the ASEAN group and people looking at this space that you would be looking to solve the financing gaps. The actual key financing gap is engaging directly with the end users. The companies in Japan, the companies in China, the companies in the US and Europe who are looking to use these minerals at scale. If you can engage with those companies and secure those relevant offtakes and support, including capital, the financing of those projects become much easier. Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas. So we have one more interventions. Maybe this is time for me to also invite somebody from the country representative or...
Maybe I'll just add...
Okay, please.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Sean Emmond. I'm EDC Export Development Canada's Chief Representative here in Indonesia. And just some thoughts, I think to add a little bit to Dougal's comments on sort of how the critical minerals sector is slightly different. I mean, I think from a Canadian perspective, there's a question when we look at critical minerals development in the ASEAN region, and that the core question is whether we can think of the region or activities in the region on a collaborator basis or on a competitor basis. And I think fundamentally within Canada there are some questions. We're also a major producer of critical minerals, but Canada as a jurisdiction also has a fairly efficient system for allocating capital for project development, project identification, and so forth. But very little of that, expertise and processes have been deployed in this region. And I think from a Canadian perspective, there is a question, and I think at policy levels within Canada, it's being looked at quite closely, right? I think Canada is in the process of taking a second look at the region. There are negotiations ongoing with the ASEAN group for a free trade agreement. Often these free trade agreements come coupled with investment. We recently, as many in this room already know, have signed a comprehensive economic partnership with Indonesia, ongoing negotiations with some other ASEAN members. And so I think Canada as a country is now taking a much closer look at the region. But if I look back over the past 20 years, I would say where there was very robust engagement 20 years ago, that has waned in the interim. And I think now is a time when it's being re-looked at again. And I think it is very much a time of significant opportunity.
Thank you, Sean. Very good point. We have 3 more minutes in the sessions to discuss some of these 5 questions. Let me invite a colleague from the second row if there is any.
I'm Masayo Hirano from JBIC, Japanese Export Credit Agency. As Dual-san, Shin-san already had expressed almost all of what I need to say here. But so in terms Japanese issue perspective, so Dual-san as explained, in Japan there's a little bit more refineries than other countries, especially iron or copper. Actually, almost such kind of refinery already has been amortized. It means, I say, the economically perspective, the Japanese refineries companies has much more advantages other than newly established refineries. So, in terms of establishing critical minerals manufacturing CMA value chains, maybe it's in short term, in mid-term, it's much more economical to use this kind of already amortized refineries than to procure some kind of ores from ASEAN countries or other region. In that sense, I think one of the first step is to focus on this more upper side. Then in the middle term, in long term, ASEAN countries can make the capacity of midstream and downstream. So I think first step is to make value chain in ASEAN regions, including Asia, Japan. The role of, how to say, the first step is to contribute to making this kind of value chain in ASEAN, Japan regions. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Irona-san, for sharing Japanese experience. We are running out of time, and Pak Dino will have to leave soon. I think maybe it's time for us to give Pak Dino opportunity to share about the need of the private sector and how we could, work with them in terms of developing some of these pipelines as we discussed earlier. So, Pak Dino, you have 5 minutes to make your spark presentations, and then we will follow with some discussion with colleagues in the room.
All right. Thank you very much, Pak Dimon. And again, thank you for inviting me on behalf of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce. I'm also here. I acknowledge my colleague from ASEAN BAC, Dato Charon. And thank you for involving the private sector in this important discussion on the scale of the opportunity of critical minerals. But yet, the question is, why is capital not yet moving at the right speed or at the speed that we want, right? But from the perspective, because I'm Indonesian, so I can only speak on my perspective, let me just give you an example of nickel, which is where very critical mineral and something that we've had somewhat experience in the nickel development. So nickel demand in 2024 was about 3.37 million tons. It's going to increase until 2030, it's about 4.36 to 1.39. So there's a 25% increase in demand, right? And the investment to meet this demand, it will require around 47 billion, right? So there's and this story multiplies in various ASEAN countries. It's not unique to Indonesia. So the question is, why aren't capital moving fast enough? Why aren't we seeing this? There's interest, for sure, but why is capital not moving fast enough? And maybe we just want to unpack a little bit about the movement of and the speed of the opportunity meeting the demands and the missing capital, right? One approach is that there's a missing architecture, an architecture that converts basically offtake agreements into project equity and downstream investments And this, what is this architecture that we're missing in the middle here that prevents the movement of capital, especially in the ASEAN region, for critical minerals? Three things I think that stands out, and our nickel experience probably, translate to this, is that there is still a unpredictability of regulations across value chain stages. So it's not, the regulations is broken up and not integrated in the sense that could add value and give the right opportunities for investments and also capital. Of course, there's this idea of there's not enough bankable projects, right? But my sense is that it's not the projects that are bankable, but I think it's the financial instrument that has not moved over the last 30 years. In the past, because I was involved in big projects in my a lifetime ago, and the big idea was non-recourse financing, limited recourse financing, so you don't need assets, you don't need collateral, right? But I think we have to move beyond this in order for us to address the new demands of critical minerals. Because obviously, we're doing the same things over and over again, and it's not working. And I think this is the right forum to address, okay, it's not working. So what are we going to, what has to be different, right? The third is, I think it goes beyond also the issue of transparency, right? And the issue of the discussions between sustainability at a project level and how do you come to terms with the feasibility of the project, but make sure that it's sustainable, it's environmental friendly, and it closes loops, right? So I think on the onset, that discussions need to be undertaken earlier, right? The investors are becoming more selective in developing these projects, and there is also a demand of access to markets. For example, the European Union is increasing its condition to allow these downstream products into their markets. The UK, nickel demand alone reaches close to 900,000 tons, but the long-term supply partnership is structured on the basis of a compliance type undertone, and that is where we sit in ASEAN. In order for us to have access to these markets, there needs to be an ESG compliance component into it. Something that's not new, because we've done this with palm oil, right? The chain of custody in palm oil. For those of you that don't know, 1 liter of palm oil can be traced to which tree. And this so they trace it, and it's certified by independent agencies. So something like that can also work in critical minerals, right? From Indonesia alone, I think the investment grew from 200% from 2019 to 2022. We invested in the nickel downstreams about $3.5 billion. And in 2022, it grew to close to $10 billion. So there's a threefold increase. So the base is there. I think if there's 2 days ago, I came back from Weda Bay, right? And Weda Bay, I thought, look, Weda Bay is big, man. But you can't imagine the size of the undertaking until you've been there. It's 100,000 people, like a small town. And the investor there is I don't know how to pronounce it, Tsingshan. It's Chinese-based, but they do have partners. They have Aramat, they have Australian groups there. But basically, what they've been able to do is integrate the mines, the smelter. That's what we hear a lot about in the media. But they've already developed refinery, precursor, and today, as I witnessed 2 days ago, they're also starting battery factories. So there is already integration in ASEAN based on that. Of course, Indonesia is unique. Other countries can also replicate. Indonesia is unique because it has the the mineral resource. It also has the market. It's big, right, and has capacity. So maybe that sits in a different position. But But there are already projects on the ground I don't see a Chinese flag, but as an investor, I think we need to be fair to see what works. And as Indonesia has demonstrated, the Chinese have really got involved and gotten integrated. So maybe let's just call a spade and leave it like that. But from ASEAN perspective, this year's chairmanship in the Philippines, we're trying to support the Philippine chairmanship to translate regional critical minerals agenda into strategic concept and into an operational framework. So basically what we want to do is provide a discussion on regulatory harmonization. So that needs to be undertaken. There is a deeper discussion on ESG. I think if one of the things that is apparent to us when I visited Watanabe, we brought also NGOs from the West. There's a group from North Carolina, the U.S., also from a Swiss NGO, and also Finland. So we brought this group together and from Kadin, from the chamber side, we wanted to know, what's the next step with the premix of let's not let good be the enemy of perfect. Is it perfect? No. But we can start from there, right? And the second is that how do you actually empower the local community to maximize this? And the last speaker alluded to the fact that it should be also premised on technology transfer, right? So and then the last thing I'd like to do is like to mention that the ASEAN Business Advisory Council and our chamber, we've been moving to this. We realized that the nickel is important. We developed what we call the Indo-Phil Nickel Corridor in the last visit of President Prabowo, and those are concrete initiatives, understanding that 47% of nickel production comes from Indonesia, for example, and with the alliance with the Philippines, you corner this market basically. So ASEAN becomes front and center in the nickel space, and ASEAN can also be front and center in many of the critical mineral products. My last point is that we need to develop a different standard of bankability criteria, addressing concessional tranches, as well as first loss capital. So then you can also probably provide an approach that's investment driven. So you reverse it. Instead of government saying, okay, this is the regulatory framework, what do you think? You should go to the investor and says, what will it take for you to invest? So the question should be reversed, in my view, right? Also be mindful of some of the environmental concerns and sustainability issues will be front and center in the years to come. For example, the EU battery passport requirement takes effect in 2027, and ASEAN investors, like even the nickel guys, we have to be astute and ensure that we are compliant in order for us to access the market. Let me just stop there, and maybe if there's any questions or discussions or insights, observations, of course we're happy to engage. I think one of the other things I wanted to point out is that governments and MBDs, multilateral development banks, we need to be a bit more coordinated. Probably take a new look at some of the requirements in ASEAN as opposed to traditional approaches. Thank you. I'll stop there, and thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Bernardino. I think you highlight a very, very important point there. I think there is remaining policy unpredictability. You highlight, I think the finance hasn't moved, and also issue of transparency and ESG and so on. And you propose to have a different standard in terms of bankability and also coordination between us and government and other financial partner. So thank you for that. I think before you leave, there's questions there that we want you to sort of, and also other perhaps the colleague in terms of giving us some views on this so that it'll be included into the input of areas of briefing paper. You can highlight the sort of your view on some of the things that you feel related. You mentioned about PAD, policy brief, number 6. I think you may also highlight that one, but please, yeah.
Oh,
yes, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You mean the last one?
Yes.
Oh, what? Oh, okay. Policy brief, the level. Okay. I think I will allude to my last point in that ASEAN governments should be open to new approaches in financial parameters. Number one, it also needs to. I think we need to have more imagination. And I think the imagination should be encompassed upon ASEAN governments and also MBDs in order for us to, like I said, provide more concessional tranches and first loss capital. I think that's one of the keys. I think I'd like to allude to another thing that the last speaker said about energy, clean energy. Let's be real here, right? I mean, when you go to Eda Bay, also Morowali, it's 4.5 gigawatts, coal-based. Well, who's going to replace that? What, 40,000 hectares of solar panels? No way. That's going to be. So let's be real. Unless you replace it with nuclear power, that baseload cannot be replaced just overnight with coal. So there's some new realities that many of the Western countries need to realize. Maybe the solution is carbon sequestration, right? Carbon offsets. ASEAN has 2 of the 4 largest tropical rainforests in the world, right? There's 4 major tropical rainforests. There's the Amazon Basin, Central African Republic, Kalimantan, and Papua, right? So ASEAN is actually a superpower in carbon sequestration. So maybe the idea is not only looking at a renewable energy, and that's true, and we can also do that, but to mobilize 4.5 gigawatts and demanding it to be renewable is pretty unrealistic in my view. So let's think about something else. And like, as I said, use more imagination, in my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Padino. Let's give Padino a good hands of appreciation for his very excellent point. Yeah. Yeah. Let's now move to the floor. Welcome to share your view on some of these key questions that we, especially colleague from the private sector. Yeah. Maybe colleague from the second row, third row, if any? Private sector representative? No? Let's show the question again, KJ. Is there any?
Can you show the question again?
Nobody? So in that case, you can perhaps send us your views later to ADB on area, then we can reflect it in the paper down the line. With that, then let's thank Pak Bernardino for your interventions and spark presentations. Really appreciate it, Pak. I think since you have to leave, I think you may, okay, it's okay for you to leave. Huh? Let's give Pak Dino again. Yeah. So let's continue with the last sessions of this Spark presentation. I think my colleague Padina will make a presentation first about the finance architecture, and then followed by our colleague from ADB.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Ediman. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So here, to facilitate the discussions in the next section of this session, I will present sort of like the framework that we, ERIA, also partners, Church, ADB, IGF, would like to put in the concept of the draft of the policy brief that we want to submit to the Chair Philippine this year on the investment in critical minerals. So what we want to how does it work? Okay. Well, so first let's start with this background, the context. When we talk about critical minerals in ASEAN, so why we want to have this coordinated, what's so-called coordinated ASEAN critical mineral strategic investment? Well, first, we all know there is a massive financing gap in the development of critical mineral-based industries, and it requires far beyond the capability of one nation. And second is, we all know this, because when we talk about critical minerals-based industry here, it's not only in the extracting and processing the early stage of the minerals. I guess the aspiration of ASEAN is for a complete value chains coming from the upstream of critical minerals until the very downstream, say EV battery or semiconductors or microchips and others. So definitely there is a massive financing gaps in this case. Then the second is, as we know, many of the critical minerals in ASEAN is still at the potential level. That means there is no, not yet processed, not yet extracted. So then what we understand is there is a high risk basically in developing the critical based industries, and therefore a private sector is deterred to come in. The third is diversifications. Here the idea is diversification is a strategy, not as consequences, and this is intended to avoid dependency on the source of capital, dependency on the technology, and others. And the fourth is technology. Capital alone is not sufficient. Many, the earlier session this morning, a lot of you from ASEAN Member States said technology is important for them. Technology is important to build these complete value chains. And technology, as we know, does not come easily to developing countries. It has to come with the capital. Technology cannot just simply be bought in this context, in these industries. Now, this is sort of the framework that we want to put in the policy brief that we want to sort of propose. And it's basically 3 tiers. It is in sequence. It is not new, and this is just another way of organizing it, the framework. So we divide this into 3 tiers. The first is the anchor capital. Here is sovereign wealth fund, government-to-government strategic frameworks, and national development banks. Basically, they are the first to come to invest, and they should signal the feasibility of the investment in the industries. Now, second, after this, what this anchor capital is established, we move to this transforming the risk, the risking tier, the risking layers. So here we are is mostly with the multilateral development banks. This guarantee, this political risk guarantee, as well as the project facilities preparations. So here, essentially, once it is signal that there is a capital that built for the upstreams, then the next step is try to reduce the risk, try to transform the risk. It is something actually manageable, but no private capital wants to go in. Then after the first two tiers, then we go to the last one, which hopefully after the first two tiers, then it gives signals to private sectors to come in. And I guess this is pretty much what we expect from the private money, private capitals. So basically, this is private equity, project finance, strategic corporate joint ventures, where the technology can come into, and then this green financing instruments. So basically, this is the sort of core ideas that we want to discuss as a sort of framework architectures. The rest of so essentially, what is important here is that first we try to establish credibility signals, and then once that is established, the next step is to transform the risk, to reduce the risk to the level where capital private capital can come in or would like to come in, and then we mobilize that private capital. Of course, there is some enabling conditions, and this is the something that is people often says this morning and yesterday is about standards, it's about traceability, the requirement of technology transfer, and then also the idea of aspirations that from many countries that the value added needs to be retained, as well as this regulatory coherence or regulatory framework. So that's the main idea. So that's what we want to discuss. How am I going with the time, Pak Aiduman? Okay, then if I still have a bit of time, then let's. I just want to move into the. So basically, this tier one is basically sovereign wealth fund, co-invest, setting a joint venture operations in the mining and processing, which actually function give two impacts. First, it tells everyone, it validates the bankability for other institutional investors. At the same time, it also, we hope we create what's called this club dynamic to invite another funds, another sovereign ones to enter this anchor capitals. Well, this is as for many sovereign wealth funds, it must be long-term investment, 20 to 40 years, for examples. And yeah, so the other form of this anchor capital is, of course, the G2G, government to government strategic framework. We have, for example, the MSP that both has political endorsement and the power of the financial institutions, which also coordinates with other sort of state-led fund capital. So, and because it cooperates with institutional like JBIC and others, it also at the same time promote the standard, promote the ESG, traceability and others. Well, lastly, the other form of this anchor capital is national development banks. Here is the focus is more on local and where essentially it try to reduce the sovereign risk, the foreign exchange risk, the geopolitical risk, and others. Now, on the second tier is the risking layers. Essentially, the instruments is upstream project preparations. So again, this is actually manageable in terms of investment, but again, no private capital likely to come in because the risk and the scale maybe is too large. So instruments here includes upstream project preparations, feasibility study, and others who can be done by the MDBs, by the multilateral development banks. Second is this insurance. So like MIGA that covers that insures some of the risks that can then reduce the extent of risk that hopefully can invite private investment. And then the blended finance with the long tenor debt, partial credit guarantees, first loss equity, and other instruments, which essentially has the same principle as we all know, that reduce the risk that try to invite the private market. And then we have this instrument of tying the lending, the policy, what's called the policy-based lending, financing is conditional to the reform conducted by one country. The positive sort of spillover impact here is that we can blend this with the objective to achieve this international standard, green standard, ESG, and like. And when the first and the second tier is done, then hopefully it will invite the private capital, which is the tier 3. And again, this is project financing, private equity, joint ventures. And here the joint ventures has important notions that it can bring technology to the host countries. And of course, a lot of funding coming to green funding. And here is the phase, the tiers where we can utilize this green funding for the investment in the private, in the critical minerals. And lastly is just the ecosystem, the enabling conditions. The 3 tiers do not go in vacuum, and we all need, as we talked in the past 2 days, all of this conditionality or the need to achieve ESGs, the standard, flexibility, the robust PPP framework, and others. So I guess that is the framework that we want to propose in our policy brief. Let me stop there, Pak Edimon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Dino. I think I like your 3-tier framework, but I think my colleague will tell us that I think MDBs like ADB could also be part of the 3rd tiers on private financing and so on. So with that, let me just go to my colleague Anika to start the presentation of ADB, and then they'll be followed by KJ. Over to you, Anika.
Thank you, Edimon. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners. Thank you for the opportunity to share ADB's perspective on the financing architecture and actionable pathways for ASEAN critical mineral value chains. Today, I would like to focus on a simple but important question. How can we mobilize capital at scale to transform ASEAN's critical mineral to manufacturing resources, manufacturing value chains into resilient, sustainable, and competitive manufacturing value chains? Okay. As we have heard several times over the past few days, ASEAN possesses abundant critical mineral resources and a rapidly growing manufacturing sector. But our rough estimate indicates that the gap is significant. In 2025, OECD, IEA, and the World Bank estimated that globally, upstream investment gap is about $270 billion by 2040 alone, assuming that this region needs to contribute about 20 to 30% of upstream investment. This gap is about 50 to 80 billion dollars. But how can the region rapidly scale up its investment when currently it is only attracting 2 to 3% of exploration investments of $200 million? So, in addition, the estimates for the investment gap in the refining and processing are even larger, estimated to about $120 billion dollars. So this is what we call the missing middle. And to address these significant gaps across the value chain, we need to address both the exploration and the missing middle. Consolidated by an ecosystem that offers policy certainty, price confidence, and a stable offtake, a three-tiered financing architecture, which Pak Doni just presented, is proposed. What is needed is a coordinated financing architecture that combines governments, MDBs, development finance or institutions, export credit agencies, and commercial investors and industry partners working together in a coordinated way. Our proposed architecture consists of these complementary three layers. First, project preparation and technical assistance. Second, catalytic financing and risk-sharing mechanisms. And third, large-scale commercial financing and private sector participation. Alongside this architecture, we envision a partnership platform that connects investors, governments, and project developers. This platform would help identify investment opportunities, align financing instruments, and strengthen regional cooperation across ASEAN. Financing requires bankable project. Adopting a value chain approach needs to be built on lessons from infrastructure finance, but needs stronger partnership and collaboration. ADB is focused on delivering tangible outcomes and develop and building an investment pipeline to deliver those projects. Across ASEAN, opportunities exist throughout the entire value chain, from exploration and extraction to processing, manufacturing, recycling, and circular economy solutions. Examples shown on this slide include nickel processing value chains in Indonesia, battery manufacturing across ASEAN combined with recycling facilities, and in addition, rare earth element development and along strategic mineral logistics corridors. Rather than selecting individual projects today, our focus is to establish a pipeline development approach that helps transform opportunities along the value chain. ADB has adopted a comprehensive and integrated approach to addressing bankability issues along the key risk areas. So fundamentally, it builds on regional cooperation and integration and building this stable policy environment. Supporting the adoption of rigorous ESG standards and low-carbon development bases, and then offer tailored de-risking solutions while advancing technology and innovation and supporting a circular economy environment. With this, I hand over to my colleague, KJ.
Thank you, Annika. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to focus more on the financing side. I will try my best to finish earlier. To operationalize this,
Can we go back to the PPT?
ADB launched the critical mineral to manufacturing financing partnership facility, so-called CMM FPF, during the annual meeting in 3rd of May in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. The facility is designed as an ADB-administered platform that mobilize partners' resource and support investment across the value chain. Its objective is clear, is to reduce the early stage risk, strengthen project preparation, and crowd in larger volume of private capital in this area. Importantly, the facility is not limited to individual projects. It also supports regional initiative, economic corridor, and then cross-border cooperation that can strengthen ASEAN's role in global supply chain. In short, this CMM FPF serves as a bridge between development priorities and the investment opportunity. Next page, please. So slide 7. Yeah, that's one. The facility has two overarching objectives. Sorry, can I have? Sorry, it's this. Yeah. That's true. The facility has two overarching objectives. First, to support the sustainable and responsible development of critical mineral value chain. And second, to mobilize investment at scale. The priority will be given to projects that contribute to regional integration, supply chain resilience, and sustainability, also the value addition. This means supporting not only extraction activity, but also processing, refining, and manufacturing, including recycling. Our colleagues, member country highlighted a couple of days during the time. The emphasis is on creating integrated ecosystem rather than isolated project. So by doing so, we can maximize economic value, strengthen competitiveness, and generate broader development benefit across the ASEAN region. Yeah, one of the strengths of the CMFF is the flexibility. Financing partners can participate through multiple channels. You can see how financing partners join in this platform. And for upstream activity, partners can contribute a grant through trust fund. Likewise, Japan and the UK government. And also for investment activity, partners can provide loan, guarantee, risk-sharing instrument, and the co-financing arrangement. Korean Exim Bank and then Korea Trade, the insurance corporation already engaged through the MOU signing with ADB. Eligibility criteria. I want to highlight that this facility is designed to support developing member country across Asia and the Pacific, not only ASEAN, but also the South Asia and the Central West. Priority will be given to countries with strong potential to diversify and strengthen critical mineral value chain. For the grant window, you can see support a focus on the policy development, institutional strengthening, and also technical study and the project preparation. For the catalytic financing window, this is very important. Support focus on the investment project capable of attracting larger pool of the public plus private capital. The guiding principle is the development impact combined with the investment readiness. By maintaining flexibility while focusing on the strategic priority, the facility can respond to the diverse the needs of the ASEAN country. I want to finish my presentation by showing some governance structure of this facility. Finally, strong governance is essential. The CMM-FPF will operate under ADB's established the governance and then accountability framework. This
ensures a transparency, efficiency, and also the alignment with the international standard, such as ESG. The allocation process is transparent and merit-based. ADB user departments will submit the project proposal, and which will be reviewed by the CMM team and cleared by the steering committee. And ADB will provide oversight and the regular reporting to the financing partner and our donor. Let me conclude with the three messages. The first, ASEAN is a unique opportunity to build resilience and competitive critical mineral value chain. And the second, financing is not simple about capital. It is about partnership and risk sharing and the project preparation. And the CMMFF will facilitate from ADB's side. Third, ADB stands ready to work with government, development partners, and the private sector to transform this opportunity into real, tangible investment through project. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, KJ, with that 3 positive notes. So just like before, we have guiding questions for you to sort of, to answer in terms of your participations. But I think maybe let's just not stick to these guiding questions. If you have any feedback on any comment to discuss on these facilities, I think we are welcome to do so. And at the same time, I feel like in these sessions, there's a lot to digest in a very short time. And, I think, I would understand also if some of you may not be able to follow some of the points related to this technical financing issues. So with that, let me start with interventions from the table. Anybody would like to comment and to provide some views on these guiding questions? Please, Douglas, yeah.
Dougal Crawford from Export Finance Australia. Just on the ADB framework, this is maybe more a question than a comment. Are you engaging quite extensively with the major mining houses globally and also the major technology providers and users of the end products in promoting the window? Because, they're clearly the sort of probably potential key partners, obviously from a capital perspective, but also from a bankability perspective as well.
Any other comments or feedback? So maybe Anika and KJ will respond to points raised by Doug. Yeah. Any other? If there's none from the first row, I think any other from our dialogue partners or country representative, you're welcome to raise the point. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
So I just wanted to share some observations and comment from the academic sector. Obviously, we're not financial perspectives like experts, so I'm not going to pretend that we have the technical expertise to speak to that, but I just wanted to share a few observations from the academic viewpoints. I think from the academic sector, we would recommend focusing less on the financial instrument themselves, and because each projects are very unique and different, and financing instrument for each one of those projects, it cannot be a one-size-fits-all. Each financiers also have very different requirements based on their views on the ROI, their priorities, and also more on the problems that they're trying to solve. So different projects, they face very different barriers, and whether that's, it could be early stage uncertainty, ESG requirement, infrastructure gaps, and other regulatory risks. I think the key here is to match the right tool to the right challenge. And I think what we would also highlight that many projects that we've seen with startups, right, they struggle long before they seek construction funding. So project preparation and technical support is just as important as the financing instrument itself. And it's not, the question is not to how to provide more finance, but how to make projects more investment ready. I think the other example that I would share, and this would require some sort of a bit of a focus shift. I think a lot of the great points brought up by the presentation today has focused on how do we identify more financial instrument and how do we come up with more resources, right? But I would suggest that we shift the focus slightly from constantly trying to identify more resources to maximizing the current resource that we have and also minimizing the cost burden. That's a very important one because, you know, we, with innovative partnerships and innovative financing model, like cost sharing and leveraging existing resource, we are able to achieve a lot more value with the current finite resource that we have. So I can provide a specific example from our case from Arizona State University in the United States. So at ASU, we have what we call an innovation center in Scottsdale of Arizona. It's a 1.2 million square foot mixed-use innovation space that house both startup alongside Fortune 500 companies. So they are able to leverage the same space. And these ventures company, they work very closely with our labs. So where some of the innovative ideas are coming from the actual lab that the students and the researchers and scientists are working on, it would offer them sort of a pipeline that allows those ideas to then launch into sort of a startup launch pad, I would call it, into ventures. And then the facility that is housing both these startup and Fortune 500 company offer them an ecosystem that designed for high growth venture and for them to be leveraging the same kind of resource offered by this established companies. So that is speaking to the example of leveraging the existing ecosystem that these other established companies already have and able to offer support for these early stage ventures and allowing them to leveraging that knowledge, but also enabling a lot of co-development on new ideas and utilize share resource to create pathway for knowledge and technology transfer. I think that is an innovative partnership model, and also you could call it co-financing model that could work. And with it being integrated into the university model, it offers a lot of flexibility and saving them a lot of cost too, to speak on the cost saving point, because they don't need to spend extra time to hire talent pipeline. They already have the ready workforce coming from our university who has already been working on these projects, research and development projects that can go directly into working for these companies. So saving them a lot of time on recruitment and the hiring costs. And at the same time, it allows us as the university to ensure that the workforce coming out, graduating from our program also have job security. So I'll stop there.
Any other interventions? Yes, please. Ken. Yeah.
So just to further a private sector perspective from Ann's point around workforce and talent, I think if we are to support this growing critical minerals sector here, you talked about capital here. I'm talking about human capital that is needed to be developed alongside the physical assets, okay? Because these plants are multi-decade in length. Many of us will be retired before those sites go into dormancy. So let's not forget that we need to develop our local talent. Otherwise, we're going to have to keep importing workforce labor from outside ASEAN to actually support this industry. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. You go first, please. Yeah.
I'm Shruti. I'm representing the Energy Studies Institute from the National University of Singapore. So just a little bit more, I think, back on the finance side. In terms of the sustainability-linked kind of instruments, I think something like SLBs could be quite useful. That's something that was mentioned in the presentation. So the cost of capital, tying it to specific key performance indicators like carbon intensity per ton of refined metal could be one instrument that could be explored. Also, sustainability-linked financing can help borrowers meet the environmental, social, and governance objectives by offering some of these pricing incentives. So for the mining companies in ASEAN, linked loans with step-down interest rates contingent on, say, ESG performance improvements could be a mechanism to lower the cost of capital while also creating institutional incentives for decarbonization. There's also a challenge in the short run. So sustainability-linked incentives are being incorporated globally. For example, the EU's corporate sustainability due diligence directive is already kind of being discussed, and there's the battery passport initiative that's going to be implemented from 2027 onwards. So these provisions are being included by battery manufacturers already. But improvements in sustainability and at the mining, extraction, and processing stage could come at a cost for producers. So if the standards need to be met, they could make the materials more expensive. And down the value chain, the cost of EVs could increase measurably, potentially slowing down adoption. So this piece also kind of needs to be understood in more detail. And we need to kind of understand the kind of implications in the region of these global directives and policies. Also, some research indicates that investors are willing to accept kind of 1 to 2 basis points lower yields for bonds that have a green or ESG label, which shows that they are caring and keen to look at green instruments. But the green premium is currently modest and is likely to widen as more regulation expands. So the sustainability linked instruments are one. Also, I think mentioned previously is the gap, so the value of death aspect. The pre-FID kind of the final investment decision aspect is where more financing is required, and it's a critical bottleneck for the ASEAN mineral development vision. And the ADB's facility as well as the JETP partnerships could be one source of facilitating and getting over this valley of death for initial projects. So just by embedding kind of global compliance measures, enhancing local commitments and projects, ASEAN projects can emerge not just as technically feasible investments, but also market-ready assets. And at ESI, we are kind of hoping to also understand the macroeconomic benefits for ASEAN region and the diversification of the value chain, how that would benefit the ASEAN member states, and understanding more the relevant financing mechanisms that can support this diversification. Thank you.
Thank you, Suti. Many good points about the sustainable linked bond as well as other key points that you raised. Let me get Pak Doni to respond to some of the points raised by colleague, I think, and also Anika, KJ, on some of the, I think, some point related to sustainable linked bond was raised, human capital, as well as, not to increase more instrument, but having the right structure for project, as well as collaboration with the technology partner and so on. Please, kindly, one of you to respond each.
Okay, thank you. Then I may start. So I think on the comment of Export Finance Australia, I think we have been engaging also with several ECAs, including Export Finance Australia, And as part of our facility, we have signed 2 MOUs with Korean export credit agencies. And maybe KJ will add some points on that. On the human capital point, I think we are fully aligned. Our approach also as part of the upstream enabling environment also mentions working with governments to develop this human capital to create the long-term value creation and create the jobs for an inclusive growth. And actually, we are already working with several countries, including Indonesia and India, to build up this innovation and human capacity. So we have, in ADB, we have a sector looking at human and social development, very strong in education, finance, and they are also looking not just at the TVET, but also at the university and building up this long-term human capital. With this, over to you.
Let me chip in Annika's idea and answer. Kenneth, you're right. The human resources and the strengthen the capacity of human resources is very important. So, based on that kinds of context, we CMM FPF try to combine those kinds of area through the capacity building program. So the CMM Trust Fund will highlight that kinds of effort through the technical assistance or free feasibility study. Sometimes the capacity building. Our role is to connect the technology-rich country to resource-rich country. And then in the middle, we will strengthen the capacity of the human resources down the line. Uzbekistan is a good example. We are doing some activity with the country through the upstream level of the engagement. And then I think it's a kind of a side stream. We always talk about upstream, middle, and downstream, but side stream is more important in that case, like logistics, human resource, and sometimes water pollution should be addressed down the line. Our effort will be included that kinds of area. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ediman. On human capital, I fully agree. And I guess our colleagues from ADB is one of the potential, profiler of the capital for that. It's part of the tier 2, actually. Project facilities, project preparation. Semiconductor is a classical example these days. Many of the ASEAN member states has aspirations to build this, design, value chains, but many of the member states do not have sufficient human capital. The challenge is how to produce a large pool of highly technical human capital at the short space of time. That is not easy. And here the development banks, through the tier 2 project facilities, all of the instruments can actually be used for that. And maybe member states needs to be encouraged to talk more with the MDB's partner if you want to. You want to follow up? Yeah.
Thank you for that. I come from perspective of an employer of these resources, right? So this human capital, we struggle to find qualified experts and engineers in this space. So therefore, any assistance that we can get from you or the governments per se, if you consider this a strategic industry, then the entire ecosystem, including academia and vocational training, has to come behind that as well. We can only employ them, and we need these people. Okay.
If I may. Yeah. I mean, in the past 1 year, my colleagues here maybe can support me. But like last year, Malaysia ASEAN chairmanship focuses on semicon, and there's a lot of ideas how to scale up the availability of human capital. But again, it is a public investment, right? I mean, employer obviously are reluctant to invest. It's a classical standard case. So when it comes to public investment, then fiscal is maybe constrained from the point of view of member states. Then here the MDBs can come in. Yeah. So that's what I want to address. So someone mentions about the instruments and others, right? I mean, if we look at these critical minerals in the context of ASEAN, well, first, the importance of critical minerals itself, I guess, is still, quite at the early stage. So we in this region haven't got enough case studies on how to build a complete value chains in critical mineral-based industries. Obviously, then many are reluctant to go into this industry because the upstream level is a very high risk, right? I guess this region is still learning. Awareness is another point that we all need to to increase, to be aware more. Last night our discussion yesterday's, and this is actually reflected in the appetite of private capital. Essentially, private capital are more interested on the downstream and a bit of midstream, which makes sense, I guess. And they are reluctant to go to the first upstream. This is why anchor capital is critical, especially in the early stages of this development in this region. Here, the role of development institutions, sovereign wealth fund, are critical. JBIC, for example, sovereign wealth funds, Danantara, Kazana, GIC, Temasek, or others, Maharika from Philippines. That's also critical because, again, it's not like other industries in ASEAN like automotive, electronics. That's mature. Everyone knows the race, but this one is not, right? So investors obviously are nervous to come in, right? And private sector needs clear signal whether this is manageable risk or not. And again, that's why the earlier session this morning mentioned about the access to geological informations. That's actually critical for private investment too, for them to calculate the potential of future risks. So my feeling is a lot still needs to be done at the anchor level. This is to allow the second tier part to come in, to restructure the risk. I guess that's the function of our colleagues or friends from ADB, World Bank, IFC. But again, someone needs to establish okay, this is feasible. So it's a collective action, I guess. We cannot really push that, having this forum tomorrow, a lot of investment coming into the upstream, no. But this is, I guess, a slow process. But the advantage of this region is we are aware from the beginning that we need to somehow structure this. So that's it's not happened by chance. That's the other input points. Thank you.
Thank you, Donny, for the excellent point in terms of highlighting the few feature of the three-tier capital that you mentioned earlier. We are running out of time. Now 15:34, 5-minute overtime. But I think as we were having a discussions, having a presentation, I think colleague, the organizer actually already prepared some kind of draft conclusions of the paper, the policy brief, based on the existing draft, I think refined by our discussions. But I think let's not go to it now since we are running out of time. Let me just loop back to ERIA and as well as to colleague from ASEAN Secretariat on what is the next step from here in terms of the policy brief and our input in this discussion. Thank you. Maybe over to you, Donny, and then also Ibu Rabia from ASEAN Secretariat.
Well, I will try to find Pak Fumin, who manages the policy brief. But I guess we are. Maybe my colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding, we are drafting it, and we have received. We are in the process of receiving comments, and we surely will refine our policy brief. Yeah, maybe that's.
Thank you, Pak. So from the ASEAN Secretariat, Yes, as when you were saying that we are refining the definition, the regional definitions of the critical mineral strategies. Hopefully, we can come up with the initial list of critical minerals, aiming for it to be adopted by the ministers or endorsed by the ministers in October. But from this forum, it's really good to hear the feedback from all the various dialogue partners and also from the other stakeholders. We call it, from the minerals perspective, we call it, we are now trying to enhance our stakeholders' engagements, because ASEAN is pretty much G2G cooperation, but through the minerals cooperation sector, we wanted to also collaborate with the private sectors, of course, the CSOs and also the academia. So from ASEAN Secretariat, building from this PED, we wanted to see sort of like a flagship critical minerals project or corridor that we wanted to see that ASEAN is relevant to our ASEAN member states through these critical minerals cooperations. We do have a differentiation between the ASEAN Energy Cooperation Sector. That's a different platform with the ASEAN Minerals Cooperation Sector. Our focal points for the ASEAN Minerals Cooperations, they are pretty much focused on the upstream side. So, and then this is really good for us, so that the big gap that we see is that there is from the upstream to downstream, that is the one that we want to bridge. And then taking opportunities from the high demand for the critical minerals to the energy transition, digital transformation, all those things. I think this kind of collaborations will be really beneficial for our minerals focal points. And for us, we look forward to have this continuous kind of forum, and then which can fit into our ASEAN Mineral Investment Forum, the AMFES. Thank you.
So thank you, Ibu Rabia, with that note on the CMM flagship for ASEAN, as well as, some of this input that we discussed today will be reflected in leaders meeting in ASEAN minister meeting. So thank you very much for all of your contributions. This has been a long discussion. I really appreciate many points that was raised, and make sure that all of the input will be used to improve the policy brief. With that, let me close the sessions and return the forum to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ginting, for your moderation and for participants for the active discussions. Now we are about at the final segment of our program. To reflect on the key outcomes of the forum and share perspective on the way forward, it is my honor to invite to the stage the Assistant Secretary for Mining Concern, Department of Environment and Nature Resources of the Philippines, Engineer Michael Cabalda. Sir, the floor is yours.
So, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, delegates, and friends, we now have arrived at the final session of this International Investment Forum on Critical Minerals. And as we conclude, allow me to first express my sincere appreciation to all of you for your active participation, thoughtful interventions, and generous sharing of insights over the past days. I will not attempt to go through each session, presentation, or panel discussion. The proceedings will capture those in due course, but instead allow me to reflect on a few overarching themes that emerged from our discussion, and more importantly, what they suggest on the road ahead. This forum in itself is a reflection of what regional cooperation looks like in practice. Co-hosted by the DENR, the ASEAN Secretariat, ERIA, and ADB, and convened in collaboration with Australia, Japan, and the United States, it brings together ASEAN member states, dialogue partners, countries, multilateral development banks, development financial institutions, business association, mining association, the academe, and leading research institution in one forum. That breadth in participation is not incidental. It is intended, it is essential. The challenges facing ASEAN's critical minerals value chain cannot be addressed by any single institution or country alone. It is my strong hope that this kind of inclusiveness, action-oriented dialogue between ASEAN and its partners will not be a one-time occasion, but a model we wish to continue to build upon, with ERIA as a steadfast partner in that endeavor. Our discussions have underscored three strategic takeaways. The first takeaway is that ASEAN stands at a strategic moment. The region possesses abundant mineral resource, growing industrial capabilities, and a dynamic manufacturing base. Yet our discussion has made one point abundantly clear. The greatest opportunity before us lies not simply in extracting minerals, but in creating greater value within them. The future value of critical minerals will not be determined solely by what we extract, but what we process, manufacture, innovate, and create. Then the second takeaway is that critical minerals are no longer simply a mining issue. They are an industrial development issue, an energy transition issue, and a technological issue. Whether we are speaking of electric vehicles, batteries, semiconductors, or renewable energy systems. The competitiveness of tomorrow's mineral resources will depend on what exists in our laboratories, universities, and databases, as much as what lies beneath the ground. The third takeaway is that no country, as I said it many times, can do this alone. The future lies in partnerships. By linking ASEAN mineral wealth with our regional industrial capabilities, logistic networks, and an investment ecosystem, ASEAN becomes far greater than the sum of its parts. If there is one message that resonates throughout this forum, it is that partnership will be our greatest strategic advantage. These discussions point us toward a clear agenda moving forward, and we must focus on 5 strategic priorities: strengthening regional cooperation across ASEAN, accelerating investment in midstream and downstream industries, investing in geosciences research, innovation, and digital resource mapping, and advancing circular economy approaches, and continuing to improve the investment environment through transparent governance and responsible and sustainable practices. Together, these priorities form the foundation of a sustainable ecosystem. Critical minerals are not the end in themselves. They are a means to a greater goal, a means to industrialization, innovation, economic opportunity, and ultimately a means to improve the lives of our people. The true measure of success will not be the discussions we have had here, important as they are. The true measure of success will be the partnerships we sustain, the investments we mobilize, and the lasting value we create for future generations. And before I conclude, allow me to express my deepest appreciation to our key partners who made this dialogue possible. We extend a special acknowledgement to our co-hosts, represented today by the Director General Hideaki Iwasaki, sir, and President Tetsuya Watanabe, who unfortunately left. And on behalf of the Philippines as the ASEAN Chair, I would like to express our sincerest gratitude to ERIA, together with IGF and ADB, for serving as a dedicated partner in advancing PED number 6, the ASEAN Critical Mineral Strategy for Regional Resilience and Sustainable Growth. ERIA's policy, insights, and research have provided the intellectual backbone for this initiative, and their commitment through translating analysis into actionable regional policy has been invaluable. We deeply appreciate ERIA's partnership in this effort, and we look forward to continuing this collaboration as we work toward a concrete solution or outcomes on the chairmanships. To the leadership, organizers, technical experts, and support staff of ERIA, and all of the co-hosting institution, thank you for your vision, your dedication, and professionalism. You have provided more than the venue for dialogue. You have created a platform for cooperation and practical action. And to all our speakers, moderators, delegates, sponsors, and participants, thank you for enriching this forum through your expertise. And to those who will be departing this evening and tomorrow, we wish you safe travels and a pleasant journey home. But allow me to end with this final thought. The world often speaks of critical minerals as the foundation of energy transition. That may be true. But ultimately, minerals by themselves do not transform societies. People do. Policies do. Innovations do. And partnerships do. The resource beneath our soil may be finite, but the opportunities they create need not be. We work together with vision, responsibility, and determination. We can ensure that critical minerals become not merely a source of economic value, but a foundation for sustainable development, regional prosperity. And thank you very much. Maraming salamat po sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Sir Cabalda, for your closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the International Investment Forum on Critical Minerals. It has been a fruitful 2 days with you all here. It is finally the end of the event, and apparently this is the end of the week as well. So on behalf of the organizer, I would like to thank all of you, discussant, moderators, for your active engagement and valuable contribution throughout the forum. Especially to those of you who had traveled hours and hours to get here. Thank you and wish you a safe travels tomorrow. Look forward to continued collaboration in advancing ASEAN's critical minerals agenda. After this, refreshments, coffee are still served outside of this room, so please enjoy while networking with each other. Thank you and have a pleasant evening, everyone. Thank you.